Point a shot, rebound, score!
WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Kristaps Porzingis had one of his best games in a Celtic uniform last night. He led the Green to a blowout win over Chicago, 122-100 at TD Garden. Porzingis made 8 threes on his way to 34 points.
You can see the percentage, it's night and day. So I just know I have to stay on top of this, and these are, I have to enjoy these moments. These are nice moments when you get on a few games, you feel good, rhythm is good, shots falling. I'm enjoying it.
Celtics will begin a 3-game road trip in New Orleans tomorrow night. The Bruins play Winnipeg at TD Garden this evening. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins have brought Zdeno Chara back into the organization, hiring him in what is described as an advisory role. Patriots have hired Buffalo's senior defensive assistant Scott Booker as their safeties coach. The New York Jets have hired former Arizona and Carolina head coach Steve Wilkes as their defensive coordinator. And U.S. figure skating has announced there were several members of that community that were on board an American Airlines flight from Wichita that collided with a Black Hawk helicopter over Washington, D.C., over the Potomac River last night. The plane was apparently on its way to landing. The crash reportedly caused multiple fatalities. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by NetSuite by Oracle. Companies of all sizes have harnessed the power of NetSuite by Oracle and AI to improve forecasting, planning, and customer support. Uncover insightful, profit-driving recommendations for your business today. Learn more at netsuite.com/Celtics. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Boston play.
Hello!
Hey there.
Yo! Can we use this for the radio? What? Let me hear you say, oh! Na 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 na!
Crush me, mommy!
Just not enough booty to go around? Say my name. I'm a robot.
I'm the post. I'll chase you around a little bit.
Wow! Holy smokes!
Yeah.
Instagram.
I want to dip it in, boy.
Toucher and Hardy.
Watch Daddy and Uncle Freddie.
Knocking back some fun. Having some fun.
On 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Let's go!
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy. Town Fair Tire Studios, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. It's live on YouTube. There's people talking, and Hardy checks in on it. Do you look at YouTube, John?
I do not.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't. I used to, but again, people say sports radio is negative. The negativity in that place just overwhelms you after a while, and I don't need that in my life.
Well, it's contrived at this point.
Oh, sure, it insists upon itself after a while, but I can't do it. After
The
a
only
while.
time the only place that I've gotten, and there's not a place that exists right now, because I don't seek it out. I never go to Reddit or anything. So, but the only time that criticism I would even take seriously, and even seriously in a good way, like, okay, well, that can be improved upon, is if I thought there was no way, if it was like a conversation that was honest and like flowed a certain way, like there was it would have to have moments of positivity and then moments of like controlled negativity.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then I would be like, oh, that's almost like a focus group.
Yeah.
But that doesn't exist.
No,
To my knowledge. Maybe it does somewhere, but I haven't sought it out, and I don't care it to.
I'll just read you the first 5 comments of the morning. Shamrock, muscle arm emoji. C's baby, Porzingis went off. John sucks. Check it now. Hi. John is weak sauce. So had I been the one that said, I really don't go on anymore because it's so negative. Be like, Hardy blows, Hardy sucks.
Sure.
He's the worst.
Yeah.
Get him off.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah. So
I mean, there are good people on there, like Riz, for example. Who checks in every once in a while.
I didn't say
Love
there's not good people. It's
no,
just
there are
that,
very
like,
good people that are on there, but overall the tone of the discussion there is not good.
yeah, like if you just want to, get everyone riled up or get then do it. Go ahead and do it. It's supposed to encourage engagement, regardless of the tonality of it. Just the idea that there's people, that there's an opportunity to talk. I think they found is what they want on the internet. By the way, did you see this? A passenger jet with 64 aboard collides with an Army helicopter while landing at Reagan Airport near D.C.
Yeah, if you're just waking up and you haven't checked the news, that was that is the major story of the morning. I mean, the rescue efforts and the recovery efforts are still underway. They're staging on one side of the river. The news crews are set up on the other side. They've asked them not to use their lights because they're interfering with the actual searchlights and all this stuff. But, I mean, you can only imagine if it's a midair collision between a regional jet with about 60 people on board and I think 3 military members on board the helicopter, if they collided midair and crashed into the Potomac, it's hard to imagine that.
The water temperature is apparently 35 degrees.
Oh, my God.
So that hampers rescue efforts, and if anyone
Do they need me?
I don't think it'd be inappropriate for you to get down there and just show up.
Do you really think I should leave? Because my body can withstand 35-degree temperatures.
Oh, that's right, cold plunge. I forgot about that.
I forgot what I thought you just meant as your like your consultant skills.
No.
Branched away from radio into recovery efforts.
No. My ability to handle very cold temperatures.
Is it 35 degrees to cold plunge for you?
No, it hovers. To be honest, John, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I could definitely stand those temperatures. It's in the 45 to 50 degree range.
Yeah.
But I figured I could easily wait until I just go in there. I could just go in there nude and recover some people. And I'm not making light of it. I'm just saying that you mentioned cold water, and I don't know if that's a factor because some of us, and I would imagine. Do you think SEALs train in that, or do you think
they're born into it? They don't need any training for swimming in cold water. I mean, it's part of their, animal genetic makeup.
No, Navy SEALs.
Oh.
Yeah, I was confused by that, too.
Come on, guys. I'm throwing fastballs here. Is it too early for you?
Are you allowed to have that? I don't think you're allowed to have that sounder. I think
no.
that's
He
Fred's.
can do it.
He can. All right.
When I have a golden nugget like that, I'm allowed to.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, when he hits one like that, when there's a home run, easily clearing the fence.
U.S. Figure Skating, by the way, is tweeting out something along the lines of our deepest thoughts are with members of our team. So there may have been someone connected with U.S. Figure Skating.
Several members, apparently, were on board the plane. There was a developmental camp in Wichita, and that's where the flight was coming back from. It
was a regional flight from Wichita, Kansas to D.C.?
Yep.
Huh.
60 members on board and 4 crew.
Was it a regional flight or a chartered
they
flight?
They called it. I don't know.
It had it was an American Airlines flight number, so I don't think it was chartered.
Okay, they still could have a number, but you're probably right. But a chartered flight could be an airline with a number. But
could be. You're right.
Listen, I can't be thrown around. I don't have any idea what's going on. I just saw the headline.
Yeah, we know 60 passengers and 4 crew members.
Well, that's no good. That's no good. And yeah, the wreckage looks pretty bad. So there you have it. That is going on right now. If you're just getting up, there has been I'm sure that story will be going on all day today.
Yep.
All day today. It's funny. I keep getting these alerts on my phone. My son's high school baseball team meets every Thursday at a time before the bus gets to the school.
What?
And
boy.
Yeah, and and he's like, "Can I take a lift there today?" And I'm like, "Okay." But I'm
what
like,
time?
it's picking him up like soon, and I'm like, is this forever? Like, because he's there for 13 hours a day already. I mean, if he leaves now, he'll be at school for over 14 hours. So, or at least either in the process of going or coming back from school for over 14 hours.
Yeah, because the ride back's like 40 minutes.
So even
right?
when he gets his license, I'm not going to let him drive.
Let me
40 miles each way when he's that tired.
Oh yeah. First thing in the morning, and after a long day of school.
Yeah, the coming back is what I'm more concerned about.
But let me be the one to ask: how much is an Uber going to cost you at this time of morning going that distance?
It's $55. It's a lot less than I thought it was going to be.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like $100. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, Fred, you say you can handle cold water?
Yes.
You complained yesterday about getting up in the middle of the night being cold.
Different.
Yeah, it's different.
Which one is
it? It's different. I mean,
He never said he could handle cold air, sir.
yeah, and also one is just a recovery thing, and the other one is for comfort. Yeah, I'm not comfortable, but I mean, do you ever do the plunge, Jack?
No, never. Never.
Yeah,
That's
all right.
crazy.
Yeah. Call
What
me.
are you recovering from? That's my other question.
A heavy dose of self-pleasure. I'm trying to get my fertility back. Look,
Yeah.
Jack, call me once you've gotten in the plunge.
Yeah.
Then we'll talk. Until then, rookie.
Rod,
nice talking to you, minor leaguer. All right.
I was saying yesterday, I'm older than you, and you guys sounded like grandpas trying to use your nest. Holy moly.
I don't want to learn it. Like, that's the
She
thing.
did.
It's that
She did get your balls in the divorce, didn't she?
Oh boy. Now you're
How did you know she has one in a jar? But seriously, why do I have to deal with the thermostat? I don't want to deal with it.
Because you can set a schedule.
I know,
Okay,
but I don't want to, Jack.
Yeah, Jack, that was my point. The nest seems to think that everyone leaves the house at a certain time, comes back at a certain time. We all go to bed at a certain time, and it's different. My wife works from home, a lot, but then I'm home at a weird time, so it doesn't make any sense to have like the furnace cut off between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. because chances are there's people in the house.
Well, that's different.
Thank you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
yeah,
How is
pretty
that
much.
different?
It is different. That's why you wouldn't want to schedule where the furnace is off during
Yeah,
the day.
right. The overlying point still remains that, first of all, the nest thinks that everyone has the same schedule. So just because Hardy's family is home at different times. I mean, my daughter was at my house all day yesterday. She didn't have school because of the Lunar New Year.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
they didn't
Happy
have.
New Year.
Oh, you're very, it's a whole scene. So they didn't have school because of the Lunar New Year. So she was so there you go. So on a Wednesday, she was there all day. So my point is that the schedule, I don't want it on a schedule anyway. I didn't ask for it to be on a schedule. I don't want it to be on a schedule. If this is an improvement of technology, first of all, I figured it out. I was just bitching about it yesterday. But second of all, I don't. Why is it so hard to understand? I don't want to do it. If I set the temperature before I go to bed, I want it to be at that temperature. And then I don't want it to move down. How does that help me? It's going to save me 50 cents. Seriously, it will save me 50 cents. 50 cents, not even a night, a penny a night in gas. The 4-degree difference.
Well, this is the other thing. Depending on how well your home is insulated, from what I read in the thing from Revise Energy.
Yes.
Isn't it like a thing where you're not supposed to, like if you go on vacation in the summer and people turn their air conditioners off, don't they say don't do that because then you have to expend so much energy cooling the house back down after you've let it become a hot box for 2 weeks while you're gone? Like you're not supposed to allow the temperature to fluctuate that much in your house. At least I don't think so.
Yeah, I just don't understand why it assumes that I want the temperature to go down to 65 degrees while I'm asleep. It just assumed it.
A better sleep. You're supposed to sleep better when it's cold.
Not all of us are built the same. I mean, some of us can get in the water, but I mean, if the guy who insulted me several times on the phone,
He did.
ever wants to head over to Lifetime Fitness in Chestnut Hill and just put on a robe with nothing on underneath it, get to the foot of the cold plunge, remove the robe, and then get in the water, we'll see who's got balls.
That's right. Were you at the Lifetime yesterday, Fred?
No. I don't feel good. I can't
that's
go.
right. I was at the Pickle Palace yesterday.
Oh.
One day after, I came home and said, you know what? I think I'm getting pretty good at this. Last night, I came home and said, I'm no good at this, because you want to know why I know? Because I played against people yesterday who were good at this.
And then you hit the ball into the net from 2 feet away? That?
Hit the ball when these a-holes are serving. Good luck getting your paddle on it.
Oh, you get some side spins working?
I don't know what these guys were doing.
Oh, I see.
They didn't belong in my group. I can tell you that.
Oh.
Kevin. I don't.
They hit the wiffle ball too fast for you?
You know what, Wallach? Why don't you come for a little pickle playtime with me?
Well, first of all, that's very sexual. Second of all, no, I have no interest. I have
give
no
you-
interest in that at all.
I'll give you a little pickle tickle just to see if you like it.
I already know that I don't. I have no interest in doing it, so you'll be standing there alone.
How do you handle it, like, when you keep effing up? Like, how do you react to it?
I mean, at some point, it goes past embarrassment, and then, you start thinking about faking an injury. Like, oh, sorry, guys, I can't go. Because all I was doing was screwing up the game for them.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. That's
Yeah.
why it's embarrassing. It's not like losing. It's just that you're effing it up for the people that want
Right.
to play.
But, I mean, those guys, I think they knew, because they showed up at a session they shouldn't have been at. They list what the sessions are for.
And your session is what?
I play with either beginners or advanced beginners.
Okay.
And these guys were the furthest thing from beginners. So they kind of knew.
What makes them much better than you, specifically?
The way they hit the pickleball.
Hard, soft spins? What makes it?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I see.
Positioning, like, there's the strategy, the stuff that you think it's simple, and apparently it's not when you're good at it, which I am not.
Well, it's funny. I went to
Thought I was getting there, I'm not.
a few years, probably right before COVID. I was in a tennis group, and I said, "I'll do advanced beginners," and they said,
Oh.
"They're like, you'll go up intermediate."
Wow.
How about that?
They're like, "Sir, you grew up playing the game," and I'm like,
Right.
"Huh?" And they're
Moi?
like, and I'm like, "Moi?" And they're like, "The power,
Oh, yeah.
the power."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Okay."
It's like the Freddie T shot, You put a driver in his hand. Yeah, you think he's this sleepy old shark who doesn't have any velocity.
I've seen
You
it.
crack one out there.
I've seen it.
I'm very, very strong. You can tell by my spindly legs and no ass.
Majestic ball flight.
Oh, sure.
It just keeps rising.
And then finally, surprisingly, the renovation of the dumb soccer stadium for the women's team failed.
Oh.
So there you
bad.
New
go.
story.
The $200 million, $100 million paid by the city.
Got voted down?
It was 6-6, which makes me think there's 6 people in there that needs their heads examined.
Yeah.
And by the way, look at the mock-ups. What $200 million was going to buy you? It's
I
in the
haven't
globe.
even looked. Is that?
What was it? What, like a coat of paint and a new hot dog concession?
It just looks like one's in the dark and one's in the light. That's now, and this is after. It just shows that it lights up.
Oh.
And they built stands over here. I mean, $100 million. Oh, and then like a concourse here. I mean, get out of here with that.
I'm sure
I had
that-
never even seen it before, and now I'm really like, what the hell were they thinking? Because that's perfectly suitable for the city to play high school games in,
Yeah.
if that's indeed what it is. They were making those improvements solely on this fantasy that they needed more seats for a women's soccer league, which is shenanigans and nonsense.
Oh, wait a second. This says the resolution to halt White Stadium renovation fails.
Oh.
Oh.
So it still may go through.
Oh.
The resolution was non-binding. I don't know what any of this means.
So why do it?
Meaning it does not carry. Well,
it's not binding.
meaning
Why
it
even
does-
bother?
I'm reading from the Boston Globe. It does not carry legal weight, but it represents counselors' sentiments toward the controversial project.
Okay.
6-6 tie.
Why does this Mayor Wu want this so bad?
All the revenue that the Women's Professional Soccer League will bring in for the city of Boston.
So they need a cup of coffee.
Sure.
Uh,
Perhaps a Danish for the meeting in the morning.
all right. So good. Well, they had the people whose vote means nothing and shows my ability to read something. But if you look at that mock-up, you can see that's worth $200 million. Lights in something separating the field from the concourse area. I mean, it's really stupid. But there you go. All right, we'll be back. Your Celtics played last night. So much more was going on. We will have all that for you in just a moment.
You're listening. Fred, what's it like to work with Hardy and Wally?
What a golden ticket I've gotten.
There you have it. Toucher and Hardy resumes on the Sports Hub.
Did you catch a game last night?
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. What happened last night is brought to you by Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, where your hair doesn't have to be a game of what happened. So change your lettuce and change your life with Dr. Matthew Lepresti at 1-800-GET-HAIR. Adam, you like when the government spends money. Do you? Are you for this this restoration project?
I do. I mean, in theory, I don't know. Okay, first thing, I don't know enough about it.
Okay, because
so
I can make it a no, but go ahead.
Yeah.
That you will not be in favor for it, but go.
Okay, because in theory, I am. I mean, any sort of infrastructure that's going to benefit the public, benefit the neighborhood, I think I'm into.
Well, the neighborhood's against it, but I will tell you this, Adam. In order to do this project, they will have to knock down a part of the park, and they will have to create roadways for deliveries to be made to the stadium.
Right, because you would need concessions and stuff, so they're going to have to take down trees, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Okay.
What
There
if
you go.
what if when the construction is done and the trucks are done going in and out, they turn them into walking or snowshoeing paths? Does that change your mind?
You don't need a path.
Yeah, man, you just got to get out in the woods.
Yeah,
I'll be
ignorance.
I'll be curious to know though. Like this sounds like something that it's like they know they're not going to be able to get it done in the form that they're pitching now. So they're coming out of the box with this big plan that's going to get shot down.
No,
they're going to come to some sort of medium where, okay, we renovate it, but we don't go whole hog with all this.
When it was first talked about, since it's first been talked about, the price has doubled.
Oh, okay. Which means that if it went through as is, it would probably double again after that once they started building it, because that's how things work in Massachusetts.
Suffice it to say, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, I'll read up on it. But
Adam, please do
but
before
from-
you start opening your mouth.
Yes, with my unsolicited.
No one asked you.
No, nobody.
All right. Go ahead. What happened last evening?
Bulls were at the Garden to take on the Celtics, and a certain someone went off early.
Won't get to see Billy Donovan coach against Al Horford tonight. Porzingis going to take another quick three. He got it. Vucevic was halfway in between. He's like, should I? Shouldn't I? Porzingis said, you should. Back-to-back threes to open the game for Porzingis. 6-0 Boston.
That would go on. He would add 20 more in the first half. 26 points for Kristaps Porzingis in the first half last night, as the Celtics got out in front, really about middle of the second quarter, and that's where that game ended.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, there was
no big run. There was
No.
no blown lead. They just got ahead, stayed ahead, and won the game.
This was the point where if you thought maybe Chicago had a chance to get back into it, they put it to bed with these two shots.
Jaylen Brown switches to the left hand, stumbles, and floats it back out to Porzingis. He's open, so he fires and knocks down his 7th three of the night.
That's a killer. I mean, you come back and you miss that's a 5-point swing, man.
One shy of a career high for Porzingis, and a steal for Derek White. On the pass back out, deflected. Jaylen Brown drops it between his legs for Jason Tatum's three. And the lead is 24.
86-62 at that point, and the Bulls would climb to within 15 points a little bit later, but watching the game, you knew they really didn't have it.
Zach LaVine didn't play last night, and that hurt, but a couple of things. First of all, Derek White actually shot the ball well for the first time in a long time. Last 7 or 8 weeks, he'd been under 40% from the field. He had half his shots last night, including 4 threes, and that's important because he has not played well recently. And the other part of it is, even though the Celtics won by 22, they did not play well defensively at all. There were a ton of open shots that the Bulls missed last night, and that, even though they won, the bad habits are still there on the defensive end of the floor.
So it's the defensive end, John, and watching them not get back in transition, I think, is the thing that bothered me. And sometimes it's Tatum, looking for the foul call underneath the basket.
Well, that's the last 2 or 3 years he's done that.
But still, it's like
it's nothing different.
The Bulls, who did not play well last night, and they're not a good team anyway, but they're moving the ball up the court with numbers now because you're standing there talking to the official.
Yep.
And if you make this a pattern and you do this against good teams, they're going to score every single time. You give a good team a man advantage in transition, they're going to score on you.
I worry more because the Celtics have mitigated that over the years. Tatum has done that routinely over the last 2 or 3 years, but the lack of the chase out, they call it closeout, on the open three-point shot that Chicago had last night. Chicago did not shoot the ball well from three, but it wasn't because the Celtics were pressuring them. It was because they missed wide open shots and just were ill-equipped to stay with the Celtics, who played well on the offensive end of the floor last night. So
30.6% for the Bulls last night. The Celtics shot almost 41%.
Yeah, and that's more of what we've been accustomed to on the offensive end. But even though they won last night, the problems aren't solved. And they have a game in Cleveland next week. There are tougher opponents coming around the bend, and the Celtics continue to play 500 basketball. I'm waiting for them to get right, but the problems aren't fixed. So there's still a little bit to be worried about.
Elsewhere in the NBA last night, Steph Curry with a milestone, and I have a little quiz for you boys about this.
Schroeder picks up his dribble, finds Curry. Curry dribbles on Dort, step back three, it's up and good! Curry hits it! And up another notch as he continues to rewrite the record book.
Okay, so at that point, he surpassed Ray Allen on the all-time scoring list. Steph Curry, 36 years old. Where do you think Steph Curry ranks right now after passing Ray Allen, just numbers-wise, rank-wise, on all-time NBA scorers?
18.
I don't think Ray Allen was that high. I'm going to say 27th.
How do you looked at this?
I have no idea.
Was it 28? Because I heard it on the way in, and I thought it was 18th. But maybe it was 28th.
So here is, first of all,
it was a lucky guess.
We know the first two after LeBron passed Kareem. Okay,
right.
So it goes LeBron, Kareem, Karl Malone, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Dirk Nowitzki, Wilt Chamberlain, Kevin Durant, Shaquille O'Neal, Carmelo Anthony is 10th.
Carmelo Anthony I'm shocked by that. And Durant being that high, I'm kind of surprised too.
But the fact that there are now still 16 players in between number 10 and Steph Curry, who's 36 years old, has been scoring a lot of points for a long time.
Kind of puts the LeBron thing in perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah. He might
look at Jordan. LeBron played past 40. So he's got 4 years. And is he still, I take it he's still scoring at a fairly good clip?
With LeBron, yes.
No, not LeBron. No, Steph Curry. Okay, very good. So anyway, that Steph Curry's got time to move up that list, as he will. Especially in the NBA now, where, you're taking 100 threes a game. He changed the NBA as much as any other player ever has. That is true.
Yeah, Curry's averaging 22 points a game this year. His career average is near 25.
So, Steph Curry has changed the game of basketball in his career as pretty much as anyone else has.
Yeah, a couple more years, just looking at the round numbers, a couple more years scoring 22, 23 points a game, he easily into the top 20 and maybe the top 15.
Yeah, he's going to leapfrog Jerry West, Reggie Miller, Vince Carter, Russell Westbrook, but Russell Westbrook is going to... all right. Well, I was still surprised that he was that far down on.
No, I'm surprised too. I mean, because he's better than a lot of those guys, and a better scorer than a lot of those guys.
Let's talk about this idea from Adam Silver, who is just tossing something out there, a little food for thought.
The NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. Putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits.
Okay, you're right, and it's the only league that plays 48 minutes. Football and hockey both play 60.
Yeah.
So it's an odd way to set up your argument, Adam.
So the idea is that it's so boring that you need to just keep making it shorter? In making it shorter in gameplay. So, like, in baseball, they are trying to make the game speed up because they used to be 2.5 hours. Then they got to be about 3.5 hours. And they were like, there's some things that are dead time that we got to get rid of. Football doesn't care about anything. So baseball is tweaking the game to get the dead parts down. So Silver's idea is that this product is so effing boring that conceivably, if you pay for tickets, what's pissing you off and what's making you not watch it on TV is the extra 8 minutes where we got to sit there and watch basketball.
See, that's the thing. If you just have more of the basketball parts and less of the dead parts.
Here's why. Here's why. This is such a
usually
terrible...
when you try to make something quicker, it's to get rid of the parts that are boring.
Yes, this
not
is
the actual gameplay.
But you want to keep the boring parts.
Awful
Yeah.
idea, because that is going to make each possession more valuable. So a lot of these coaches' challenges that go unused, they're going to use them all. That's what makes the NBA unwatchable at times. It's not the three-point shooting. I understand not everyone loves it. It's the stoppages. It's the official reviews. We're going to take a look at this one again, and taking 2, 3, 4 minutes to see what hand it touched last before the ball went out of bounds, reviewing that, and all that stuff is going to be even more scrutinized if you have 8 less minutes to play per game.
Well, if they want to make the game more entertaining, then they can just stop being so precious with it and stop replay at all, and then also just really take it down 25% on fouls. And there, I fixed it.
And how about take away 3 timeouts aside? I can't believe the number of frickin' timeouts the NBA gets. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So those are things that you can do. Just stop. No one cares. There's 82 games. There's probably already too many games. Not everything is so precious. Like, not everything has to be reviewed. If there were no reviews in regular season NBA games, no one except for the very less than a percentage point of fans would give a rat's ass. It wouldn't be hotly debated and contested. No one cares. Look, the Thunder lost to the Warriors. Everyone loves Steph Curry. The Thunder are the best team in the league, arguably, right now. So, good. Big game. No one remembers this game tomorrow if it came down to a foot was on the three-point line and they didn't review it. It's nonsense. No one cares. Stop being so precious with it. Stop calling so many fouls. Don't make it a free throw game. And then you can figure out if you want to expand the quarter, if you want to move back or get rid of corner threes.
You can't change the 12-minute quarters. You can't. Eliminate the media timeout, or at least 1.5.
They're not going to do that. Well, they're not going to do that.
Well, I mean, if you want to streamline the game.
But they're not going to do that.
I know. I understand.
So no, because then it would just be 10 minutes with the same amount of media timeouts.
Yeah.
So what you would have to do is you would have to get rid of timeouts, and then maybe they don't want to get rid of the timeouts because if they're not all used, they can use those to go to commercial.
And that's the thing with the challenges, which people argued against years ago, and I think they're being proven right, is once you give coaches and teams the ability to challenge, you can't take it away. So now that it's in there, and it's in there in football, it's in there for hockey, it's in there for basketball, you can't take it back now.
College basketball is 100 times more entertaining to watch. It just is. And it's 2 20-minute halves, whatever. I know that's 40 minutes. But the thing is that it's over in 2 hours. Like it's 2 hours and maybe not even.
And they have 4 media built-in timeouts a half.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, Joe Mazzulla was asked about this shortening of the quarters also.
Joe, what do you think of the concept of shortening the NBA to 10-minute quarters? The commissioner said on a podcast that he liked the idea.
I don't care. Whatever you got to do. Just play the game.
Okay.
What effing podcast was this guy on? What podcast is he popping around on?
I don't know. Maybe we should find that one for next week. We have other podcasts to focus in on later this
with
morning.
These stupid podcasts. He was on, do you like that too? Like he was on, they're so important. He was on a podcast. He was on a podcast.
Yeah.
Just one of the trillion podcasts. Oh, are they annoying?
Okay.
I like that Missoula said that.
Oh, he was on with Dan Patrick.
That's not a podcast. That's a radio show.
Yeah.
Shut up with your podcast nonsense. He was on a radio show.
I don't care.
Podcast. Ugh. All right. We'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
morning.
Never had to knock on wood, but I never had it yet.
Oh, you said you didn't want to hear more music in the morning. Okay. Here's more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports.
Seeing how Big Justice and his sister were, they were having brisket.
Nice.
With potato and cheese, and they both got big booms.
Oh. The brisket and the potatoes?
No. It was all in one big lump.
Oh.
And they were enjoying that.
Okay.
If anything, they're natural.
I heard you listening to it. They said their dad was on the way to the IAAAW. Do you know what that is?
AEW, dumbass.
Okay. Where was
All Elite Wrestling, or American Elite Wrestling, or
he?
something.
What does their dad do? Where was he going? Was this a work-related trip? What was happening?
Yeah, I mean, just like every other brand partnership, the AEW Wrestling has got whatever I forget the dad's name, because I always think it's Big Justice, but that's the kid.
Yeah.
But he is, wrestling. He's a big fan favorite. It's odd because I get more likes on my videos than they do on theirs, which is a little bit interesting to me.
How many followers do they have?
Only less than 500,000, which is that's like Kendra's got that many. No, she doesn't really, but that's not overly impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But they bring it. They said you're never alone. In part of the song, they said you're never alone.
I like that.
When we come in the room.
I like that.
So if you're ever lonely, they bring the laughter and the happiness.
Yeah.
If you ever feel alone, just go and watch their videos where they review food.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, I didn't like him before, but now I like him. That's nice.
Or there's ones where the kid opens Pokemon cards.
Uh-huh.
And he starts weeping in one of them because he wanted the Pokemon cards so much. I'm questioning if it's real.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know if that's for the camera or if he was really that excited that he got this Pokemon card.
If he can make himself cry on camera, I mean, the kid's got a future.
I didn't say the kid wasn't talented. I didn't say he wasn't talented at any point.
But just the fact that someone's sitting alone in their room, scrolling reel after reel after reel, when you're reassured you're not alone, then that's nice. That's good.
They bring the laughter and the happiness wherever they go.
Boom.
And Lord knows I've laughed. I've laughed a lot because they say boom when they rate food.
Right.
Kaboom!
Sarge, you got a lawsuit on your hands.
Yeah. Not the same.
All right. What's going on, Hardy?
Victor Wembanyama is experiencing something that other, I would say, newish NBA stars have encountered. He does not like the fact that he is being defended now or pushed out of the way or shoved as other NBA players have to deal with once they get past their first 15 minutes in the league. And now he's saying that after he charged after, is it Ivica Zubac?
Ivica
Zubac. Last night, the Clippers ended up getting the win over the Spurs, 128-116, but there was one exchange where they're going down the court, and Wembanyama is trying to position himself for a rebound, and Zubac pushes him out of the way, and Wembanyama gathers himself and makes a really half-hearted charge towards Zubac, who has already retreated to center court, and, hold him back! Hold him back!
That's right.
Can I say something? Just because you're not as big as someone doesn't mean they should just start pushing you around. Like, if I'm going for a rebound and this guy knows he weighs more than me and is stronger than me, he should not touch me just because of that. You understand?
Yeah.
This is a game where you keep your distance.
Right.
You can see that I'm not as heavy as you.
This is my space. This is your space.
Yeah. Don't make me Me Too you.
Right.
Like, look, you're bigger and stronger than me, but so what? That's what the game's all about now? Strength and size? You stop touching me so much. I want this rebound.
Right.
I'm standing right here. I hope the officials did something about it.
Oh, well, they were right in the middle of it.
Welcome back. This is what happened. A little dust up at the end. Barnes hits the three off that Wemby block. Zubats then kind of shoves Victor, and he goes flying. Wemby was hot.
Yeah, well, he didn't kind of shove him. He ran right at Victor and throws him into the ground. And you see he goes right after Victor there, and that should have been a technical.
Yeah, NBA basketball. If you're just standing there waiting for a rebound, someone is going to move you away from your spot.
So Zubac is a huge 7 feet 240, which is gargantuan.
Wembanyama is
7'5",
200.
I mean, neither one of these guys are big Shaquille O'Neal types.
Right.
Karl Malone kicked both their asses
easily.
But nonetheless.
Now he's upset. He says he's not getting fair whistles from the officials. He says it's not about Zubats.
Well, then walk by a construction site.
You want a wolf whistle?
Yeah. Look at that. Look at those long legs.
You want a little cat call?
Yeah.
Zubac said, I reacted a little. I thought I got fouled on the previous play. I was mad at the refs.
Oh, he was fouled, by the way. I'm looking at it. He was fouled on the previous play.
Yeah.
Wembanyama went over his back, which is against the rules. But they didn't call that. I like that. Hey, you're boxing me out here.
Yeah,
right.
When are they going to finally get that out of the game? Trying and being physical.
Young superstar upset because other teams are paying more attention to him.
Yeah, if and when San Antonio ever gets good, look at Wembanyama's a freak. But if and when San Antonio ever gets good, because Popovich, he's not actively coaching, I don't think right now.
Well, yeah, no, he's out. He's got
right,
health problems.
but I mean, he's coached that team now for 50 years.
Yeah,
and he's getting a lot of run from that the era where he had that great team. But I'll tell you this: is that if I'm another NBA coach, I'm beating the crap out of him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to wear him down and beat him up. And if you want to dance around and take off from the free throw line on me, no.
I can't believe no one has told this kid, hey, you know what? You might want to expect a little bit more physicality now that people have seen what you can do.
Exactly. I have a feeling that no one's told him anything. Because he's been 7 feet tall since he was 10.
Yeah, and he can just
I have a feeling that no one's ever told him anything. And he should be happy that he's 7'4" and can play basketball. Because there was a guy that just got called up from the G League that's like 35. And he's like playing for the first time ever in the NBA. And he's 7 feet tall. 7 feet tall, and he's been kicking around the G League for 10 years. I mean, Wembanyama's, at least he's making money off his freakishly
By the way,
big size.
You talk about the G League. You see what Isaiah Thomas did a couple of nights ago?
40
points. Brought him back. Danny Ainge signed him to the Utah Jazz G League team. 40 points. Just walks in off the street. Bam. He's going to be 36 next month.
Oh, you should have heard my son and his friends having this argument that Bronny James put up 30 in a G League game, so he should be in the NBA. And it's like, yeah, Isaiah Thomas is 40 years old. He's been playing at the Y the last 2 years. And he goes in there and he can drop 40 whenever he wants. Yeah, it's the G League. It's worse than college basketball.
It's a different sport.
Yeah.
Might as well be a different
The
sport.
G League is worse than college basketball, at least with the elite programs. I bet you that.
I would agree with that.
You don't think Duke has better talent on it?
Yeah. I think there's more defense being played in college for sure than there is in the G League.
I like basketball. I don't like the NBA. I like college basketball. I watch a lot of it. It's just I like it better. It's more physical. It's not so reliant on the three.
You want to know why? Because it's only 40 minutes. That's what Adam Silver's talking about. You get that the whole game time down to 40 instead of 48.
Tom Izzo may cry at any moment. He's a very emotional man. All right, we'll be back in just a second. Something funny happened in media and the debate around it. I feel very proud of myself because I'm the only one that knows what's really going on, in my opinion, which is rare. But we'll have that for you in just a moment.
the end zone, trying to keep the play alive. Falling down, he goes to the end zone. It's got it! Touchdown!
WBZFM and HD Boston. 98.5, the Sports Hub. A Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Celtics beat Chicago last night 122-100 at TD Garden, who improved to 33-15 on the season. Kristaps Porzingis had the big night.
Derek White over the shoulder pass. Porzingis straightaway three swish. Amazing how easy he makes that shot look. 55-38, Celtics by 17.
That is Sean Grandy here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Porzingis made 8 threes. He led the Celtics with 34 points. They have tonight off. They'll open up a 3-game road trip in New Orleans tomorrow night. Also, Dylan Brooks fined $25,000 by the league yesterday for some language he used during an on-court interview following Houston's win at TD Garden 2 nights ago. Bruins will try to shake off a bad loss in Buffalo from a couple of nights ago, and they get back to work against the Winnipeg Jets at TD Garden tonight. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins have also reportedly hired Zdeno Chara in an advisory role. Patriots have hired Buffalo senior defensive assistant Scott Booker as their safeties coach, and a plane carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members collided with a Black Hawk helicopter last night above the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. U.S. Figure Skating has announced that several members of the skating community were on board the plane, which was coming back from Wichita after a development camp which followed the figure skating championships in that city. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Prime Rib Dinner at the 99. Available every Friday after 4 p.m. all day Saturday and Sunday. 16 ounces of slow-roasted USDA choice prime rib with 2 sides. You gotta love the 9s. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportshub.com. Half toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half hiding.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider.
Well, they didn't mention that when I was watching the nomination special, which was on all the networks. You know, it's like the Oscars when they get announced. Everybody stops what they're doing.
Right.
So the LFG nominees was a big thing. So have the awards been given out now?
Well, he gives them out after every game, apparently. I saw a list of every game that he calls. He gives the LFG award. I feel almost a little bad even saying the letters.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Because some of you out there know that the middle one is a swear, a cuss word. Anyway, he's good at it. We are Toucher and Hardy. We're
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah, he's all fired up there. And listen, we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. You can watch us on YouTube. Just search 98.5 The Sports Hub and subscribe. The LFG podcast. Now, Brady left that because he has to go call games like the Super Bowl. And so now it's Bill Belichick who zooms in with Jim Gray, who's zooming in from somewhere. And they buy the time on the network and everything else. This isn't about how bad the podcast is. I just want you to hear this. And I'm going to tell you the debates I've heard about this on television. And then I'm going to tell you what is really going on. Here we go.
Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go is back on the air. I'm Jim Gray along with Bill Belichick. Let's go. Take us inside. How big of an ego did you have? And how much did you have to sublimate it and say, this isn't about me?
You talking about me personally?
You personally, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's about the team. It's totally about the team.
But you have an ego.
No, coaches don't win games. Coaches lose them. Players.
So you had no
games.
ego? Never.
Players win games. You can't win games without good players. I don't care who the coach is. It's impossible. Man, I didn't make any tackles. I didn't make any kicks. That was Vinatieri that made that kick in 4 inches of snow. You got to have good players. And as a coach, you want to give your players a chance to win. There's always a way to win. You just got to figure out what it is, and you have to give the players a chance.
They don't name it the Star Trophy. It's named the Lombardi Trophy.
Maybe they should name it the Brady Trophy. He won 7 of them.
Okay, so then I heard that they sent it to the PTI guys, and I don't mind the PTI guys, and then they have a debate whether it really should be named the Lombardi Trophy, because after all, it is the players, and maybe it should be named the Brady Trophy. And that's what they took from that conversation. You know why he said that.
Yes.
It's because he's no longer coaching,
Right.
and Andy Reid's going to break all his records, and it's not about the coaching anymore. That you have to have players. That, yeah, like if I had Mahomes, I would have won.
You're talking about me personally?
I would have won 5 Super Bowls in a row.
Yeah.
I would have won 10 in a row.
No.
And so that was set up. Obviously, Jim Gray wasn't challenging him if he had an ego. That was set up so he could talk about how much more important the players were than the coaches. How no one nationally picked that up at all is insane. Everything he said during this whole press period has been a way to make himself look better and everyone else look worse. And this is part of it. He doesn't like that Andy Reid Andy Reid is having all this success, that Andy Reid has a chance to break his records, his precious records that he was so concerned about, that there is talk of if Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes is a better combination than Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. That's what he's doing.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then he goes on. We edited, I guess, for time, but he goes on and he names, 8 guys from the New York Giants defense. So he's like, even Parcells needed. I knew that when there was when I had the, he names 100 guys on that line on that Giants defense. That's what he's doing there.
So he's taking away the credibility specifically of NFL coaches now that he is no longer an NFL coach.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's precisely what he's doing.
See, originally I thought that was
That's not bad. That's not bad.
No, that's precisely what he's doing.
I like that take a lot better than mine, which was he's saying that to increase his, recruitability for certain athletes to come to North Carolina. But I like your slant a lot better.
Well, making himself sound like a player's coach.
Yeah. Come on. I have no ego. All that stuff you've heard about me is wrong. I'll play. You play for me, and that's what I originally thought.
So we are in agreement because, and this is, you'd have to challenge. The evidence would be based on Jim Gray's past, even that these questions have been released before.
Oh, sure. He sends photographed copies to all the participants.
Because we found out that the thing that ruined Jim Gray's career was when he did the decision and it came out that it was scripted and that everything, all the questions were scripted and all the answers were scripted. So no one in here is debating that this question wasn't to challenge him. You'll listen to it again.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go is back on the air. I'm Jim Gray along with Bill Belichick. Let's go. Take us inside. How big of an ego did you have? And how much did you have to sublimate it and say, this isn't about me?
You talking about me personally?
You personally, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's about the team. It's totally about the team.
But you have an ego.
No, coaches don't win games. Coaches lose them. Players.
So you had no
games.
ego? Never.
Players win games. You can't win games without good players.
Yep.
Even the Jim Gray side of it is, I know that you're awesome. How much did you have to tell people you weren't awesome?
Players.
So you had no ego? Never.
Yeah,
The
asked.
whole thing is a big bus crash.
That question was asked. Well, listen, when Callahan was in here, Jim Gray's been mentioned by Awful Announcing 18 times to my 26 times, but mostly for his this Let's Go disaster gets his name in. We're talking about it. I heard it on the way in. I'd heard this before, and I knew what I thought, but I thought immediately when they went to Wilbon and Kornheiser that the two of them would be like, yeah, he's doing this to undermine Andy Reid. It's about players. It's not about coaches don't do anything. All of a sudden, coaches don't do anything. Well, if coaches don't do anything, why'd you let Brady go? If it's all the players, why did the decision come down to you and Brady? And they chose you.
No, it's not just about Brady. It's all these players.
No, it's Brady. It's McGinnis. It's Vrabel. It's Bruschi. It's Corey Dillon. It's Randy Moss. Troy Brown. Lawyer Malloy. Ty Law. Rodney Harrison. Those are the guys that won the games.
Yeah, and that's after he mentions everyone. It took him a while to get to the Patriots. He had to go Giants first.
Yeah, of course.
He had to go Giants defense because he had to undermine Parcells first.
Lawrence Taylor.
But then he did
Carl
give credit
Banks.
to Parcells in that same clip where he said it was Parcells who taught me that the only thing you're supposed to do is not to screw it up for the guys who are winning the game.
That's not kind of what he said. What he did say is it was Parcells told me that you can win every game. There's a way to win every game. You just have to figure it out. So he couldn't resist at the end, kind of like going like, well, it is kind of me. But like, because regardless of the talent on the field, there is a way that you could possibly win every game. You just have to.
It's impossible.
Yeah. So that's exactly what he's doing. That's his whole interest there. And what's funny about him now is that it's just not true. He got rid of guys way before he had to.
You talking about me personally?
And
yes.
And in one of the greatest debates that there will ever be in the NFL, as long as the NFL is popular, say the NFL's got another 80 years in it, well, it's still real popular. 60 years in it, well, it's still real popular. One of the great debates for the history of that time is going to be Belichick or Brady. There's a book coming out about it. There's a documentary about it. It's hotly debated, and that the Patriots made the choice to keep Belichick and let Brady leave. And Bill Belichick's opinion of that was obviously, well, I'm more important than Tom Brady. They could have paid Tom Brady. They could have we know they could have gotten Tom Brady to stay. Bill Belichick didn't think it was worth it.
No.
Bill Belichick didn't think players were more important than him. He thought he was more important than other players. He thought he was more important than the other coaches. He thought at the end, he thought he could do everything by himself. That's what happened. That's why the organization is such a mess now, is because at the end he was the GM with very little input from anyone else, and he was the coach, and he would just throw whoever into coordinator roles because he didn't think it mattered.
Yeah, throwing anyone into coordinator and quarterback roles. He thought he could go out there and win 9-10 games with Cam Newton. He's not that
right, and he thought he could win a Super Bowl with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
So, well, Kraft picked Mac Jones. Well, not according to everyone that we talked to that is around the team, is that Belichick wanted Mac Jones. He probably thought he was very pliable and probably thought he was unathletic enough that it would make him look better if they could win with him. So that is the biggest load of crap. He's so full of BS. It's unbelievable.
You talking about me personally?
No, Beetlejuice. He's not talking about you. But who, me? Who, me? He's Beetle Belichick.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go.
Bellajuice. Who, me? Me personally?
No.
Yeah.
Players.
So you got no ego? Never.
Are you against going to the corn maze?
No.
Okay. You don't mind if I dress you up as a little Dutch boy with a big lollipop and take some photos for Easter?
You talking about me personally?
Yeah. Do you mind?
No.
Okay, thanks, Bill. We appreciate it. Bill, do you think we'll be able to... Do you have any more of that sauce you have to inject into yourself so we can make love?
No.
That's good news. Thank you.
You've been a very good boy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim, as you laugh. Ugh. Isn't it funny that the one time we met Jim Gray, he was such a piece of garbage, and he comes off as such a phony piece of garbage during this?
I sense you're antagonized by the question.
He's so untalented.
Oh, Jesus, Jim, just go.
And when I opened up that Gary Shandling book that Judd Apatow made, The Tao of Gary Shandling, and in the middle they had a picture of the basketball game he would have at his house. And there were all these comedy writers and comic luminaries, and right there is Jim Gray.
I'll never forget that Tom Brady's like throwing passes on the beach to his son. I think it was Bert Breer that sent us this video. But Brady's like throwing. They're in Cabo, wherever tropical island. In the background, you hear the nice throw, Tommy.
Yeah,
and it's Jim Gray.
All right, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, do you understand that he said this every time they won a championship? It was about the players. He said it was about them whenever they thanked him. He'd say, "No, it's about you guys."
Why did they make the Crafts choose him over Brady?
Why did he? Well, I mean, obviously that was that was an issue between those two
Well,
guys.
if he thought that having the greatest quarterback of all the time wasn't necessary for him to have success,
I think he thought he was done, and he was wrong. Just like all of us were wrong that he wasn't going to play till 45.
you thought the best thing to do would be to not pay Tom Brady.
No, I don't think it was the best thing to do. I
And
think
so,
he was wrong.
so you know better than Belichick.
He can be wrong. No, he can be. No, I think he was wrong about something.
So you think that Bill Belichick believes that they had all that success because of the players and not because of him?
He said this before, though.
It doesn't matter what he says. He said before. His actions speak that
But
is
you're
not the case.
He's saying it now because of
he is saying it now, and had Jim Gray ask him that question because he's no longer coaching in the NFL.
Well, while he was coaching in the NFL, he said this. So.
All right. Well, listen, I don't know what to tell you. This is the idea that the Lombardi Trophy was brought up, and that out of the blue he was asked about his ego and if it was the coaches or the players. You're out of your mind, Scott, if you believe that.
Maybe they should name it the Brady Trophy.
Yeah, he'd love that. You think he'd like that? You think he'd like that, ball washers? Do you think that he would like that if it was called the Brady Trophy?
Throw, Tommy.
There it is. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was great. Thank you very much. I feel much better.
Yeah, that's when they were in Montana, and he was preparing for his celebrity golf match.
He's always there, somewhere, lurking in the corner with headphones on at Oprah's house. He's always there. I don't know how he does it.
Because he sold himself as part of the brand Brady. Like he was going to be his media guy, his PR agent, basically. That Gray was going to be his media liaison. That was how he sold himself, and that's what he does, is he follows him around. It's the same. The LeBron James thing ruined him in terms of being on TV or radio anymore. So what he had to do is he had to go, all right, well, LeBron James paid me to be his media conduit. Now I'll just get another guy. Yeah, so now I'm going to get another guy to pay me to be his media conduit.
Right.
If you believe that Belichick thought it was about the players, then you don't follow this team at all.
You talking about me personally?
Belichick he wanted to get rid of players before. What was his whole motto?
Get rid of a player
better
a year
early
than a year
late.
too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes.
And a year or two early than a year or two late.
Yep.
You think that when he had Troy Brown playing wide receiver or playing defensive back, you think that was what his wish was?
No.
You think that when he is taking guards in the first round from University of Texas or Tennessee Chattanooga, you think he's wild on the players?
No. It's my system. My system works. We can plug any player in there, and it will work.
Like, don't you follow this team?
No.
I mean, that's his whole thing. That's why he took N'Keal Harry. Not because N'Keal Harry was the best receiver, but because N'Keal Harry had a great attitude that would fit with the team.
And I can make him
because
great.
That's what his coach would say, and I can make him great.
Yeah.
That's why every future Hall of Fame receiver that was taken after him wasn't taken by him.
And strangely enough, after letting Brady go, he proved that it was about the players and not him.
Yeah. And by the way, he goes, like, he names all these Giants, and then he goes, well, and then when we had success in Cleveland, and then he moves on to the Patriots. He kind of skips over
glosses over
Vinny
that
Testaverde.
quickly.
Sure, yeah.
Well, he didn't like Bernie Kosar. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
I'm just curious. We know Bill does whatever his girlfriend wants, but Jim Gray does whatever Belichick or Brady or LeBron wants. So instead of like a media conduit or like journalist or whatever, can we just start calling him like the journalistic gimp or something? Because like it doesn't feel like journalism.
Right. Well, it's not.
more
It's
like
not journalism.
Like a power dynamic.
Yeah. You say cuck in the thing, but he wouldn't be a cuckold because that would mean he would let other people in.
I learn new things every day listening to you. Thank you.
It would be more of you're right, a simp or gimp situation. And you are right, because if you did a tree of who's on top, Jordan, the girlfriend, is on top.
Yeah.
And then the tree goes to Belichick in the simps, and then the tree falls to Jim Gray, way down below.
In the simp spot.
Getting an email about Belichick yesterday about him wearing these like pedal pusher sweats. He said, keep this image in mind. Don't allow yourselves to fall into the futile attempt to avoid inevitability, as Bill is doing in these Gen Z sweatpants. Nothing screams, I think the 20-something I'm banging is actually in love with my old rich ass, than popping on their style of athleisure with a body that screams firefighter who had to take early retirement due to high cholesterol.
Oh, I don't think she's with him because of his money. I mean, I think that she likes the money and the fame
And the philosophy.
But I think she's with him because she's got a thing. She's got a thing, and her thing is she likes really, really old men. All right, we'll be back.
Say goodbye to Jim Gray until next time, Fred.
Do whatever you have to do. Bye.
All right, thank you, Jim.
Here's the headline.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Touch your. the Sports Hub.
This is the scene where the girl takes off her bikini top. It was a body double.
Phoebe Cates.
That's right.
And Judge Reinhold's in the changing house.
Yes.
That's right.
Is he in the changing house
He's in
or
the
is he
bathroom.
in the house?
He's in the house bathroom.
Yeah, in the powder room.
Gets walked in.
Oh, she has sex with Damone in the changing house.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I tried to watch that with my kids, and then they thank God got bored because there's that big, huge montage of the mall in the beginning. I didn't realize how uncomfortable it might be. Because the young star of that film certainly has a lot of sex in that.
Jennifer Jason Leigh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of sex in that thing. I don't know what this means. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Fred, Hardy.
Hi.
Sean.
Hello, Mike.
I had a question for Hardy. I was going to tell him about the retired Italian men, but apparently you guys already know about that. So I had a different question for him instead.
All right.
If you may remember, Fred and John, I called a little over a year ago. I grew up in Winchester. I was the producer for Tennessee Callahan, grew up with Chris Rucker and Pete Gustin.
Yeah.
And Hardy, I don't want you to get too upset, but I did have a real nice conversation with the guys, and at the end, Fred did encourage me to call Rick Raditz and apply for the job.
Oh, yes. All right. Well, there you go.
And to quote Fred, he said, "Now this guy I like, and it could be worse." So I think it's fair to say, if you didn't take the job, I think I came in second.
Yeah, that is true.
Who did you talk to? That I think I remember this. Was it a sales guy?
Oh, I didn't actually call in ever, but I did talk to Fred and John on the air for a while and talked about all the rich history of Winchester and its radio. But Hardy, my question for you is, and I've been trying not to cheat, is when you guys are with Callahan, the 2 stats and 1 lie, I can't figure out what song that is.
Two Hearts Beat is One by U2.
Yeah.
It's from U2?
Yeah,
Yes.
It doesn't seem like it because he ruins it. But, yeah, it is, I guess, a U2 song. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, he just missed. He could have had your job.
It's true.
I think I remember this. I think he posted a video online that someone showed me about how he was offered the job and his whole thing was like, should I take it?
No.
Well,
I did not see
listen,
that video.
Why didn't you go with him, Fred?
He didn't. He decided not to take it. To be honest with you. All right. Look.
Lucky for me.
Well, look. We're all going to be in trouble if next Friday there's no one who bites on this thing.
I don't know that I should be asking this on the air, but have we received any?
I would not ask that question for a long time.
It's a Thursday night.
Yeah, because
then start asking.
Yeah, what I would start doing is going through your phone and seeing if you can find anyone. But here's the deal. The great Steven Singer Jewelers, IHateStevenSinger.com, they have got us this grand prize. Okay, Wrapped Up in Love collection. It includes a necklace, bracelet, and 2 gold dip roses from Steven Singer Jewelers, just in time for Valentine's Day.
Yep.
Now, on Friday, February 7th, which is a week from tomorrow, we would like to have 5 couples up here. And what we're looking for, in the spirit of Bill Belichick and his young lady, are people with big age gaps in their relationship. Now, you have to have met when you were adults. It occurred to me we don't want a grooming situation.
Correct.
So, but if you met as adults, it doesn't matter if the woman is the older one, and it's a gilf situation, even a stepmom situation, according to the internet. Who am I to judge?
So much more prevalent than I ever knew.
Absolutely. And so,
the instruction that takes place.
And so if you're a lady who would like to, flex your lifestyle and how you are in a class with young Andrew McCarthy, if you are like that, or if you're a guy who has got a younger woman and you would like to defend the Bill Belichicks of the world, now is your opportunity. Because you just go to 985thesportshub.com, go to the contest page, and we will bring you into studio. So not only do you get to be in studio and get to be on the air, but the grand prize is that huge package of jewelry from Steven Singer Jewelers, but just for qualifying and coming in, you get the gold-dipped rose. So everyone gets something.
Yes.
Even if you don't win. So if Valentine's Day is... And this would be a great place to propose.
I mean, you're really asking for a lot there, Fred. We certainly encourage it, but that would be so magical.
Well, I'm thinking that
so beautiful.
If this was something that you were looking to do and you were looking to get married to someone much younger than you or older than you, and you were looking for a very fun, memorable way, because it's no way it's the one of the person's first marriages. So you're really going to have to blow them out of the water.
You're gonna have to have a proposal story to tell for years and years and years. What a great...
So everyone knows it's not just a sham for money.
Right.
So what a better story than you propose, like, hey, we were on this radio show and they were looking for May, December romances, and, you know, we won all this jewelry and it was a lot of fun. Yeah, we're not here to attack you. We're here to celebrate you.
It's a celebration of love.
And then you know what? And then during it, I just decided to get down on one knee and propose.
Right.
You know, Fred Laquadera used to have actual weddings on the big mattress.
Did he really?
Yeah, he no joke. My parents have friends that got married on WBCN on the big mattress Laquadera.
Who did it? Was it Laquadera's alter ego?
Yeah, Dwayne Glasscock.
Dwayne Glasscock has got cock in it.
They would consummate the marriage during the 9 o'clock hour during Michigas.
That's right.
Oh, when him and Siegel, they would just riff. It was amazing. It was two brilliant minds with no guardrails, riffing and riffing. Oh, it was fun. Now that we don't work together, I'm going to make it very clear I've never liked you. We talked every day, but now you'll know that it was a huge bother for me.
Peeping.
But anyway, so look, if you're in a relationship with a pretty good age gap and you would like to be on the radio and have some fun and get a big prize while you're at it, this is the time to do it.
And you may not think there's a big enough age gap, but I think, what would your cutoff in your mind be, Fred?
I think even 10 years is like, if it's...
I was going to say 8.
Yeah, like 8, 10 years, like, sure. I mean, that's fine. It all depends. Especially, you know, we'll just have some fun with it. It's going to be fun. We're not here to judge or attack, believe me. People in my life have been very upset at me for the age difference, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" I thought they thought I was with someone else.
Would it be improper for you to insert yourself as one of the contestants?
Oh, so you want to do a contest that will find the youngest adult that will date me?
No.
That's a fun one. Yeah. Let's just do a game. The hottest, youngest female that will date me.
Maybe.
And then we bring in 100 of them. And then I just choose. They all like me. That's the game. Forget this one. Sorry to do this, Kelly. But the new game is the hottest, youngest. We're looking for the hottest, youngest, and you get a huge prize.
I foresee no problems with it.
No
obstacles.
I mean, Fred Norris married a woman from Dial-A-Date on the Howard Stern show.
They're going to be lined up down the hall.
They're still married.
Yep.
You know, yeah, that's the idea. No, seriously. But the thing is this, is that, like, even if it's 10 years, it's going to be fun. That's all we're looking for, to have a little fun. And so go to the contest page at 985thesportshub.com. But the thing is, we need 5 couples, which is not easy. So go to the contest page at 985thesportshub.com, sign up. And let's say that, like, you guys are just good friends, but one of you is thinking, I'd like to seal the deal.
That's another thing we could
even more
you
drama and intrigue.
Yes.
I think that'd be really nice.
Like, even if you have a crush on someone that you know where there's a big age difference. I mean, if there was a young man in here that had a crush on a older woman that he knew, perhaps a mom's friend, I'm not going to say that can't happen. There's no real rules
for how you qualify. Where it goes, you know? Let love go where it goes.
Yeah. The only rules are you got to be over 18, and I don't want you have met before you were both parties were adults.
Yeah,
that's a big thing. Yeah, so there you go. That's what we're looking for. Nick, go ahead.
Freddie T, what about a dating Al Cole segment if you can't get an age gap, a group of people from a big age gap to come in?
Well, if we can't get the people with the age gap, we're in a bit of a pickle. But I'll tell you this, is that Al Cole...
Steven Singer will be here.
Yeah.
We've promised him couples.
I mean, you could have a panel of ladies interview the great Al Cole.
Yeah, the thing is we got to find a panel of ladies that already haven't had sex with him. And that's where the problem lies.
That could be a challenge.
Yeah,
that is the challenge. And I don't want to sift through that whole thing because Al Cole has wrecked this town. Let's just be honest. Because how many women represent the number 8?
And
we don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know how you convince Al Cole, that this is something that he would somehow need. Why don't we get Warren Buffett in here and offer him up some coupons?
Right.
It's like it's not something that Al Cole needs help with.
Yeah, he's already got that covered. All right, so look. We're looking for May, December romances. It doesn't matter who's the older one. And we're looking for you to come in Friday, February 7th, but you would have to get going now. The contest page at 985thesportshub.com. Everyone gets a prize from Steven Singer, but someone will get a huge prize, the grand prize, from Steven Singer. IHateStevenSinger.com. So let's work on that. And I wouldn't check it just yet if I was working here, because these things you need one. If we get one, then maybe we talk to one of the people on the air to kind of grease the wheel to get other people. We're not looking to attack you. This is all fun. This is fun. It's a celebration, not an attack. A celebration is what this is. We're not going to get you in here and try to make you feel bad. We're going to get you in here and celebrate you is what we're going to do, and find out what's cooking and what's doing and why your love is so important. Or maybe even you could tell the person that you love them. Or maybe you could tell the person that you're interested.
A wish.
That's right.
That's right. All right, so there you go. We will have all that for you. Contest page at 985thesportshub.com. We'll be right back. All right.
I think we screwed something up, by the way, Fred.
What do we screw up?
The song that the guy was asking about, I think he asked about the Phil Collins version of the Two Stats One Live.
I replied to him on Twitter.
Yeah.
No, he was asking about the U2 one.
He was
the way
asking
he sang
about
it was absolutely
That was
he was
the
singing
U2.
the hook
Oh,
from.
yeah, it wasn't
Okay.
It's two stats and one.
I told the guy we have
Right.
like 6 different versions of the intro.
There's
So.
a Phil Collins as our Super Bowl countdown for today. We're just going to relive a moment from Radio Row last year when Felger and Maz were on the air. I believe this was on Wednesday of Radio Row week, and our friend Sebastian, whom we've met here on the show.
And has a Facebook group for all his children that have have been born from his seed.
One of the more fascinating people I've ever met. He was an intern for Fred in Atlanta, and he is a very, very smart guy, so much so that he got paid extra to donate his sperm. And because of that, he has children all over this great land of ours.
Right. And so these couples, as he put it, like usually these same-sex couples would use his seed to make a baby. The baby would be made, and then eventually they would kind of find out who he is. And there's a Facebook group of people from all over the world that are his children.
Yes.
In like biologically his children.
Right. But he has decided to use his great intelligence for effing with people.
Right. He's the Cartnark, if you know what the Cartnark is.
Yes.
He's got a very famous thing. He's on the Woody Show in Los Angeles now. Again, one of my mentees, really
Isaac.
taking much like Isaac. This is the pattern.
So you
start donating your sperm. Isaac probably get $1 million for every drop. Just if he just slides a pitcher across the counter.
He should use that stuff that we advertise just to get more of it.
Mhm.
Like a fire hose.
Yeah, like a fire hose. But yes, Sebastian, you've seen him policing a shopping mall and parking lots all over the country for people not returning their cards. He decided, though, as he was already in Las Vegas last year for the Super Bowl week, to pay a visit to Felger and Maz during their show while they were on the air and on TV, and this is how it sounded on the air when Sebastian encountered them.
Yeah, and he asked what show to do it to, and I said, well, who could take a joke? It's Felger and Maz. So here we go.
Matt Nagy did not do well in Chicago, but, if we're talking about an infinite time here where Andy Reid's going to be the coach, maybe it's one of these, like when you guys were having the McDaniel situation, eventually that kind of passing of the torch. And so...
No, I remember we're good.
We're good. Thank you.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
For free. There's no pay.
No, we're in the middle of the show.
Welcome to the radio room.
We're on the air.
Capello just physically removed the masseuse. This is great. You got to get a shot of this.
That was wild.
You got to get a shot of this. We're good.
The grift doesn't stop in Las Vegas.
We do it.
Not a big Matt Nagy fan, apparently.
Yeah. You step out of line, we have physical bouncers here to remove you from the set.
Yeah, that was a very angry masseuse. I feel like I'm in an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. All of a sudden.
Seriously, though, right? Like, what the hell was that? Good God. Oh, that was a highlight. Go find Zolak.
Capello just turned into Moose and Rocco. So he was the muscle getting him out of here. I love it.
I thought the Lombardi thing was going to be the highlight. I was giving the guy the stop sign. He thought I wanted to give him a high five. That right there. That dude had to be physically. You think you can roll into this set and just give us a massage? No, sir. That has to be approved at the highest levels, or you can get your ass kicked. Seriously. Oh my God, that was awesome.
Yeah, you would get your ass kicked by Mark Capello, and just look him up. It's a real dangerous situation.
If he starts to take off that sweater vest, just run.
Right. I mean, he could hurt your ears with his insisting on violating or whatever.
When that Brooks Brothers top comes off and the penny loafers get kicked off, you're about to get jujitsu'd. So just run. But okay, so as good as that audio is, wouldn't it be better if we heard what it sounded like from Sebastian's side?
All right, so Sebastian is mic'd up, and here is what it sounded like from him.
Hello, massage? Complimentary massage.
Passing the torch.
High five. Hey, hello.
No, I meant we're good.
You are good?
We're good, thank you.
We have cold towel.
We're in the middle of a show.
Oh, sorry, sir. It's massage for free. There's no pay.
No, we're in the middle of a show.
No, it's no pay, sir. Sir, there's no tip. No,
Get
sir.
off.
Well, go.
We're on air.
You need massage, sir?
Let's go. Get off. Get off.
Okay, sir, you need...
We're off.
Can I help you?
We're on the air.
Sir, I promote... What is wrong, sir?
Get off.
It's complimentary.
We're on the air. Get out. Get out of here.
I'm very quiet. I do no problem, sir. It's okay, gentlemen. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's my fault. Your man very strong. He pushed me. He very big muscle. You sure? Massage over here? I give massage to you. I show you first, sir. Sir, I can give to you first. I show you how it works.
I'm not interested.
Okay, you sure?
I'm not interested.
There you go. I mean no harm.
Get out of here.
One of you men over here, perhaps. Okay. No one massage? Okay. I ask. Sorry, sir. My apology. Gentlemen, thank you.
And the real victory there is he managed to do an accent that is so nondescript that no one can get offended.
The only thing I can liken it to then or now is Salah from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, yeah.
You want water? I give you water.
Yeah, I cannot pinpoint it, and that is the brilliance of it. Is
What the hell was that?
You know, it's someone who doesn't is maybe not from this country originally.
We have cold towel.
I don't want you to even speculate, Adam.
No. I wanted to talk about Mark because I don't know if it's the gruffness of his aggressive voice or the mic quality, but he sounded a little bit like a little bit of chili guy and Mark was there.
Oh, well, interesting. Listen, who knows?
Get out of here.
But that was Sebastian.
Go on air.
Little do they know that someone who's way more famous than them was trying to give them a massage.
What is wrong, sir?
So my friend the Cardinarch went to go give them a massage. All right, well, look, the Senior Bowl, did you watch any of the Senior Bowl practices?
I admit I did watch a little bit of it, yes.
I did.
I did. I'm a Patriots fan. Of course I watched a little bit. There's apparently some great defensive end from Marshall. It's going to be great.
They had one-on-one receivers versus corners. Then it was tight ends versus linebackers and receivers versus safeties. And it was one-on-one with the quarterback throwing.
Yep.
The kid that was throwing was awful. But it was one-on-one and they get off. It was pretty interesting.
I have a personal favorite among wide receivers already. This is great.
I did not watch the Senior Bowl practice.
I'm not interested.
That's right.
Well,
Really.
listen. John and I get down in the weeds
That's
here.
right. We have
guys.
teams that are picking near the top of the first round, you see.
We're draft analysts. We're draftniks. All right. So Dave Richard, our good friends at the Senior Bowl. We'll talk to him in just a moment.
have hired Buffalo's senior defensive assistant Scott Booker as their safeties coach, and rescue efforts are continuing in the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. at this hour after a plane carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members collided with a Black Hawk helicopter last night. U.S. Figure Skating has announced that several members of the skating community were on board the plane, which was coming back from Wichita after a development camp which followed the figure skating championships in that city. Washington, D.C. fire officials just told the media they do not believe at this point there are any survivors. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Grey Goose and Patron. Ski, sip, and score with Grey Goose and Patron. Visit 985thesportshub.com/ski-sip-score to discover winter cocktail recipes like the Grey Goose Espresso Martini and the Patron Cranberita, and enter to win the ultimate ski package. Must be 21 or older. Sip responsibly. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Here we go. Boom. I win. Boom. Yeah. Hit somebody. We've got a passion for Boston sports. Get angry. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Fred describes himself in 7 words.
A guy in tights and a cape.
And Hardy with blunt honesty.
I am not known as Mr. Fun.
Dutcher and Hardy continues on the Sports Hub.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Subscribe. Watch the show live. Watch Joe Murray's show live. There's clips from all the shows. A lot of work goes into it, so it's a good thing to do. Dave Richard is down at the Senior Bowl. John and I both watched parts of the Senior Bowl practices yesterday, as we are draftniks.
And we have very high draft picks to be concerned about.
Yes, Dave Richard is the fantasy football guru at CBS Sports. You can find him on X at Dave Richard, Fantasy Football Today on YouTube, the CBS Sports Network. It's got Fantasy Football Today. Hello, Dave.
Gentlemen, greetings from Mobile, Alabama.
Now, this is the event that you always attend. What do you like about the Senior Bowl?
This is a great chance to get up close and personal with a bunch of guys who are going to get drafted and play on Sundays in the NFL. You get to watch them practice. This is a rarity. Not a lot of media members get the opportunity to watch players practice beyond training camp. And here it is. This is leading up to a game where these guys are going through their plays. They're learning each other, and they're improving as the days go by. There's a quarterback here from Canada. He's been playing Canadian football since the 10th grade. And now here he is playing American football. And on the first day, he was kind of skittish. And on the second day, he was a lot better. And I'm real excited to see how he does on the third day. Just an example, players get more attention from teams. There's representatives from every NFL team here. There's a whole gaggle of Patriots walking around here from their scouting staff and maybe some assistant coaches as well. Mike Tomlin is walking around. Mike Vrabel has been spotted here. Obviously, you guys would know who he is. It's just a really cool opportunity to see the future of the NFL. Not necessarily like, Cam Ward or the first overall pick or anything like that, but guys are going to get drafted on day 2 and into day 3, showing off what they can do and how they can improve.
Who are the big stars, in your opinion, that are involved in the Senior Bowl? Because, like you said, like not all the biggest names generally don't go, but who are the big stars?
Right. So, like a lot of people have heard of Jackson Dart, who's the quarterback at Ole Miss. He's probably the best quarterback here. Dylan Gabriel is here. He's been at a bunch of different schools, but he finished up at Oregon, and he's had a very nice week so far. Those are names that you know. Trevor Etienne is the close relative of Travis Etienne, who we know from the Jaguars. He's had a good week. Riley Leonard, quarterback from Notre Dame, he just played in the national championship. He's here. There's a bunch of guys from Georgia and Alabama and all that stuff too. It's not the best of the draft class. It's like the notch below that. You'd have to kind of be like way into college football to know a lot of the names that are here.
Who is the guy? And I saw him briefly, but everyone's talking about who is the guy who led the nation in sacks from Marshall that dominated for 2 days and then quit because everyone's seen it on tape and he doesn't want to mess it up.
Right, and that happens every year. In fact, we saw a defensive player. Not you're talking about Mike Green.
Yes,
from Marshall,
that's him.
Who was,
Yeah,
he was an absolute terror in practice, and the best players here are going to look amazing because they're up against. Again, we're not talking about the best players in the draft. We're talking about the next best players in the draft, and he looked amazing against them. So maybe he should be among those best players. But a lot of players will come. And they'll practice for a couple of days, and then they'll probably get assurances from a couple of teams where the teams will say to their agent, if your guy's there in such and such a spot in the draft, we will definitely take him. And the agent says, that's all we need to hear, and they pull him out. And we saw Shamar Stewart, who's a linebacker from Texas A&M. We saw him walking out yesterday. He's not going to play in the game, and I think he's done practicing. And we might see that from a couple of other offensive players. There's a tight end from Miami, Elijah Arroyo, who's had monster days the first 2 days of practice. Really looks like this is going to be a really good tight end class. Fantasy managers are going to love the tight ends that are coming into the NFL this year, and Arroyo is going to be one of the big boys in that class.
Yeah, so it's funny because we all we know is the mock drafts and what we see. We're not, college football aficionados, even though John and I did watch some of the Senior Bowl practices, which is big time. We might as well be scouts.
That qualified you as an aficionado.
Well, we might as well be scouts. And in fact, I knew everyone that was out there and what the helmet was. I couldn't tell what some teams were. I'm like, what the hell helmet is this?
I know.
But anyway, it is funny because at the very beginning of this process, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, 1-2. Now, then it was Travis Hunter maybe number one. Now, Abdul Carter is the elite player in this draft. How positive are you that a quarterback gets taken in the top 3 picks?
So it's Tennessee 1, Cleveland 2, and then who's 3? Is it New England?
No, Patriots are 4.
I should know.
Patriots are 4.
Okay, so who's 3? The
Giants?
No. Maybe.
No.
Okay, I'll look.
You're an aficionado. You're supposed to know this stuff.
Oh, baby.
Giants.
Yeah, okay, so it is the
okay.
Giants.
I knew it was either the Giants or the Patriots, and the Patriots won in Week 18. Well, all right, whatever. We know who the teams are. We know for sure that all 3 of those teams would love to upgrade at quarterback. We know that one of those teams in the Giants desperately needs a guy. They don't have anybody. And Cleveland's basically in the same boat because Deshaun Watson is a non-starter for them. Tennessee might get by. They might try and get by with Will Levis another year. I think that would be a mistake. I think Cam Ward's outstanding. I've seen enough of him play college football to know that he's got the chops to make it. I heard a scout say they compared him to Steve McNair. They think that he's going to be absolutely just a lights-out, strong-arm thrower, excellent mobility, good, underrated, physicality, will be able to get his way out of sacks and stuff like that. I would imagine that the Titans, who have a smart front office, believe it or not, would make the decision to try and get that quarterback. Why would they let another team go and get a quarterback who can lead them, especially since it's not like we know that there's a quarterback in round 2 who's just as good, or even a quarterback in the 2026 draft who's going to be just as good. So I'm going to say that the odds are pretty heavy that Cam Ward will be a quarterback that goes in the top 3.
Okay, because we've heard that, and you would know this because you're down in Florida, that he was a problem going into this transfer season, that he was a lot, that there were other teams that were interested in him, and there was a whole thing with his dad and bidding wars, and that he turned some people off during that process.
It's entirely possible, and this is the new Wild West when it comes to trying to get these guys onto teams, and it's going to be an imperfect process. I can tell you that I heard some great stories yesterday from his teammates about how he held other guys accountable. So maybe there were issues about how he got to Miami, but once he was there, he had the type of alpha quarterback makeup that you want to have in your locker room and affecting your pass catchers on the team. He'll tell teammates accountable, and then his play on the field was mostly great. So I don't see that being an issue. That could always be something that pops up. We never know if he goes to a place where he's unhappy and the team makes him unhappy. But, if he's the number 1 pick in the draft, I would imagine he'll be pretty happy, especially if it's a place with Tennessee where he'll get a chance to play right away and get to be the guy that holds everybody in the locker room accountable right away.
It puts Cleveland and the Giants in such a weird spot because they need quarterbacks. But if there's only one that you can convince yourself of being worthy of a top 3 or even a top 5 pick, you could say, all right, well, this gives us license to put off the quarterback for another year and we'll just trade out of this. But what are you going to get for that pick? What are you going to get for number 2 or 3 overall?
Or you keep it and you get the best edge rusher or best receiver.
I was just going to say Hunter or Carter might be sitting there if the quarterback gets taken at 2. So then you get one of those short shot blue chip kids at 3.
Okay, because what the real question is, you love Cam Ward and you believe, you just said it, Cam Ward should be the number 1 pick. All right, so Shedeur Sanders, according to everyone, is the next best quarterback. What's the book on him? So you have a quarterback. The question was in the top 3. You say you think Tennessee takes Ward at 1. So now only Shedeur Sanders is left. Does he get taken by one of these quarterback needy teams?
So you want to talk about family issues related to a player? That would definitely be the case with Shedeur Sanders. I think he can be good. I'm not sure if he's going to be great. I really don't. I didn't see him rise up the same way that I saw Cam Ward rise up last year. So it makes me a little bit nervous that Shedeur Sanders, I think he's the number 2 quarterback in the class, but I don't know if I'm ready to say that he deserves to be in the same echelon as Cam Ward should be.
Yeah, because you take him at 2 or 3 and he turns out to be nothing, you're done. I mean, you're not the general manager of that team anymore.
And on top of that, if you pass on him and he ends up being great, you're not going to be the GM of that team anymore.
But the guarantee, but I'd rather see, but that can take 3 years. If you take the guy,
you're going to lose your job. But if you keep it for 2 more years,
listen, how long are you going to be the GM of the team anyway? I mean, you probably got a 5-year period where so. What are you hearing? Do you think, okay, so I'll ask it this way. If Shedeur Sanders is the second best quarterback, which you're not even sure of, how elite is the talent in the rest of the positions? How good is Abdul Carter? How good is Travis Hunter? How good are these guys? Are they worth taking? Are they can't miss kids that are worth taking above a marginal quarterback or a quarterback you're not sure about?
Yeah, I would say so. Because, you think of the versatility with Travis Hunter and what he's capable of doing. I talked with an evaluator yesterday who would use Travis Hunter on offense, and then the term he used was moonlight him at cornerback. And then if there was a game coming up where, the weather was bad or you thought you'd be able to run, you would just have Hunter play a lot more at corner and play a lot less at wide receiver, and you just try and balance those reps. But he's clearly capable of doing both. That's really unique. That's something that a team could really be smart with and potentially change the complexion of what the team is. And then with Abdul Carter, just a really good pass rusher, comes from a great school that creates those pass rushers. I would imagine that a team would look at him and say, okay, he's a safe option and he can impact a game. That's exactly the type of player that you want to take at the top of the draft.
Because I could argue that if you take Travis Hunter over a quarterback, you're okay for a while. Because you're getting a Heisman kid that is so unusual.
And you can always explain it away. Okay, this guy might be good, but we had a sure shot blue chip guy sitting there in front of us. We're going to take that guy.
And also what saves you is he's generational in terms of his two-way ability.
You can explain that away easy.
So So in your fan base, he's going to sell 1 million jerseys that. I think Travis Hunter, that you can get away without taking a quarterback to your fan base and probably to your owner, but for a little while based on that.
It kind of sounds like what Cleveland should do. If Cam Ward isn't there for them at 2, they can take Travis Hunter. They certainly could use a wide receiver and somebody who could help out at cornerback as well, and then that actually would work fine for the Giants, who can add yet another pass rusher to their group. They've already got a couple of good pass rushers. Now they could have a real dominant front with Abdul Carter there. Because they don't necessarily need Travis Hunter, the wide receiver. They just got Malik Neighbors. It's fun to think about those guys playing together, but that seems a lot more like a luxury than a necessity.
Dave, unlike Fred and Wallach, I am not a Senior Bowl expert. I did not watch the practice yesterday, so forgive the ignorance of this question, but were there any left tackles who were really showing out yesterday that just really had that moxie? I like to call it, and this is my own, Dave, the it factor for that position. who really jumped off the field at you and said, "Pick me at number 4"?
So I don't think there's anybody here that's going to be available at number 4 from left tackle. And to be completely honest with you, I'm studying the skill position players because, fantasy's the main beat. I got to know those guys. What if I told you a name of somebody who you could get in round 2?
Yes.
Who could be great.
Yes.
Probably more so for the interior of your offensive line than anything else. But there's a guy here from North Dakota State named Gray Zabel who's just he's 1.5 human beings big. Just an absolute monster of a guy. And he's been dominant. This kid from North Dakota State has been dominant. You can't help but pay attention to him when they're doing team drills or watching the run game, and he's just paving the way. Just an absolute hoss of a human being that I would imagine Mike Vrabel would love to have on his offensive line.
6'6", 315.
I saw a guy yesterday from an offensive lineman from Jacksonville State. And I saw him, and he did not get
Clay
beat.
Webb.
Yep, he did not get beat in his drill.
Mm-mm.
And everyone was high-fiving him because you know what? He's a kid that you don't think a lot about, but there he was. Belichick, Belichick's just going to take him in the first round by proxy. Go ahead.
That's the cool thing about the Senior Bowl. Jim Nagy is the guy who puts it all together, and he finds these players from smaller schools, and like I said, a quarterback from Canada, for crying out loud, to come here and show off in front of the coaches. And then it's a springboard for these guys to get into the NFL draft and go from being like maybe a 7th-round pick into like a legitimate top 100 pick. It's crazy.
Yep. All right. Well, listen, Dave Richard, thank you for getting up. It seems like you avoid the mayhem of the evenings out that Bert Breer falls prey to so often.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Yeah, well, you're not drunk now, which I can't say for Bert when he comes on the air. Sometimes
I knew that I'd have to get up on Thursday.
All right. Well, thank you for sacrificing your evening for our benefit, Dave. We appreciate it, as always. The great Dave Richard. Thank you, Dave.
You got it, guys. Enjoy what was it? The Senior Bowl is on Saturday. Enjoy the game.
Yeah. Don't worry. It's on tape. All right. Thank you, Dave. We appreciate it.
See ya.
All right. There you go. The great Dave Richard. When we come back, everyone's they're going podcast crazy. So what we've done is we are done punching down. That is the decision that has been made. We are going to go to Successful Podcasts and find out what all the fuss is about.
Yes. So, and really try and educate ourselves. Maybe we haven't given these podcasts enough of a listen to really find the best of the best.
Yeah, because when people get obstinate and they tell you that how bad you are, they're like, I'll just listen to podcasts. And
right.
So what are you listening to? I mean, there's so much to choose from.
There's one that has tons and tons of downloads and hits, and he'll tell you himself. We'll listen to him first.
All right. We will have that for you in just a moment. Well, you listen to taped radio. It's all the same. I mean, it's taped radio. It's just radio that they taped in advance. And it's, from my understanding, a great deal of long-form interviews, which I enjoy. I listen to the Rich Roll podcast occasionally. I like Rich Roll. I think he's a good person. And he'll have guests on occasionally that are interesting. And I will listen to that. But even with the podcast that I like, I listen to it probably once a month. And 9 times out of 10, I will turn it off because I'm not interested.
Yeah, well, you're not listening to the right podcast, and you're not giving him enough of a chance. Now
that's why we do this.
Yeah, we gave this guy a chance before, but it was his first show, and he's enough of a luminary to where we thought it deserved another listen, especially when he was going to have on as a guest a former Boston star athlete. So I went back and listened to and have clips of the Lou Holtz podcast.
Oh, good.
Featuring Ennis Freedom, formerly Ennis Cantor of your Boston Celtics. Now, it's important to know that I did edit the intro because it goes on for a while. But when Lou starts talking, I want you to know, and I will reiterate this many times, this is not edited. So you think, there's no way this guy sounds this good off the cuff. Trust me, he does. This is unedited.
Okay, so Ennis Freedom, very interesting guest. Like a lot of controversial
Yes.
political beliefs. He believes he's been mistreated by the NBA. All right, here we go.
And he walks away after winning his 100th game as the head coach here at Notre Dame.
Am I willing to endure the pain and the suffering and the sacrifice it takes to be a champion? It's an honor to ever get here today.
That's how it happens?
It fades out, and then Lou starts talking. This is not edited. If you download the Lou Holtz Ennis Freedom podcast, this is what you hear.
Well, oh, whoops, I just hit something. Well, the good news is that there's no post-production time on these things. That once it's live, it's live.
I did not hit 2 times speed on this. I double-checked. I triple-checked. This is how it sounds.
Okay, so there's this bombastic, self-aggrandizing intro,
Which I did edit because it just...
No, that's fine. But we get we need an idea.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
It's an honor to ever get here today. It is Ennis Cantor Freedom, who is a human rights activist and...
Okay, that is not AI?
That sounds exactly like AI.
It sounds like really bad AI.
AI where the AI people like, hold on a second. We can't have this.
Yeah, like if you were in, hang on one second. If you were like in front of a bunch of tech investors and you said, this is my AI, look what we did with Lou Holtz.
It's an honor to ever get here today. It is Ennis Cantor Freedom.
The people
I'm
would
not
get up and
investing in
walk
that.
out.
I'm
They
not
would
investing
get
in
up
that
and
at
walk
all.
out.
Find a new technology.
Podcasts. This is the big thing.
By the way-
I can't be bothered with any live audio. It doesn't have to be over the radio. I can't be bothered with satellite radio or something live on the internet. It has to, with professionals, it has to be a podcast. This is what it has to be. It has to be taped and cut. I need to hear Lou Holtz sound like a robot with the worst editing. JV, not even having ever touched any computer in your entire life editing.
And also, we want you to use this Radio Shack microphone and a tape recorder and crawl inside a pillow fort to record it.
Oh, because another great thing about podcasts is the propensity of the guest not even to be in the same room as you.
Correct.
Fred, I have something. Can you play that just intro clip of him talking just for a moment, just to compare and contrast, please?
It's an honor to ever get here today.
Okay.
It is better, happier, more productive.
It's from Radiohead's OK Computer.
Not
We were
drinking
talking
too
about
much.
that the other day. That's the first thing I thought of. Literal robot voice.
Like, seriously, if you go, this is AI, and you're in a bunch of tech investors, like at a conference, they're getting up and walking out. You've cleared the room.
It never would have happened.
But this is not AI. This is Lou Holtz.
And by the way, Lou Holtz was not only a great football coach, he was a national broadcaster.
ESPN employed him for a decade.
Oh, a decade, maybe more. I mean, he was part of that game day situation.
Oh, yeah.
He was. This is a big time star. So this isn't some podcast we just found. from some kid that were, oh, no kidding, he sucks at it. This is Lou F. and Holtz. This is about as big a name in coaching as you can get. He's got to be a Hall of Famer of something.
It's an honor to have our guest here today. It is Ennis Cantor Freedom, who is a human rights activist and Nobel Peace Prize nominee and an NBA star who lost his NBA career for speaking out against human rights violations. Raised in Turkey, Freedom began to call out human rights violations by President Erdogan.
And not only did they do this, they put it down and then they released it.
And Nobel Peace Prize nominee.
And I bet you it's got like 500,000 downloads.
There's no way we're going to make it to the end. He talks about the millions of downloads that they've had of his podcast.
Yeah, millions of downloads. Good luck. Start advertising on this thing. Your ROI is going to be out of control. People I can't sit through 10 seconds of this thing.
Turkey canceled its passport, imprisoned its father, and a $500,000 bounty is on his head. After the opening of every Celtics game was banned in China and Turkey. In many interviews with the art on his Freedom shoes, Freedom has become a voice for the oppressed Turkey, China, Russia, Iran, and many more countries worldwide. Ennis, as I said, it's a pleasure and honor and blessing to have you on the show.
How bad could it have been that they had to cut it that much?
Okay, so this is interesting. So it stops there, and I stopped it there. But again, I want you to know the next clip that you're going to play, Fred, when he says, Ennis, it's an honor to have you on the show. Boom. Okay? This is the next thing you hear.
All right, so no editing. It goes, Ennis, it was an honor to have you on the show.
It's an honor to have you here.
An individual who has gone through so much and yet achieved so much. Overcame so many hardships. Eric, as I said, it's a pleasure and honor and blessing to have you in the show.
Are they sitting by a pond?
Did he just call him Eric also?
He called him Eric. Yep.
Okay, and they're by a pond. I'm getting distracted by so many things. Is he, like, Lou needs his duck feeding time. Like, he's got a bag of white bread.
Bag of Wonder Bread sitting next to him on the
bread.
bench.
And so, like, he's like, listen, if we're going to do a podcast, I'm going to sit by the pond.
Oh.
If you think I'm not feeding the ducks just because I got to talk to Eric Cantor, the singer, the greatest cantor alive.
Talking about all these countries.
Turkey, China, Russia, Iran, and many more.
I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Turkey, China, Russia, Iran, and many more. An individual who has gone through so much and yet achieved so much. Overcame so many hardships. Eric, as I said, it's a pleasure and honor and blessing to have you on the show. You're remarkable.
Oh, my God. Shut up. Eric Cantor is like, what do you want out of me? I'm just Eric.
I mean, I need publicity, but come on.
Ennis Freedom.
Yeah.
Not Eric
Cantor.
Well, he still calls Muhammad Ali Cassius Clay.
Well, that's why I named him Clay.
By the way, it's Lou Alcindor.
Yeah.
All right? I don't care for this Islamic nonsense. Your name is what it is.
You're a remarkable athlete and globally recognized human rights advocate.
Well, it sounds like he's done a lot of research in that he can read what's on the page in front of him.
So far, he does go off script at some point.
But there is a point, though, where you do need to tell the person before they talk all about them so that there's nothing left to be said. That is the key to interviewing.
To start, could you share your journey to professional basketball and some of the pivotal moments that helped you reach the NBA?
Of course, Coach. First of all, thank you for having me.
All right, so there we go. Now we're cooking.
All right. So, and Ennis has some really interesting things to say. This is an actual good guest. So in this next clip, you will hear him talking about what it was like growing up in Turkey and, some of the, the venom and vitriol he was subjected to.
Turkish government wanted him dead for a while.
But also it's part of the indoctrination.
Yeah.
Remember, you're listening to this as a podcast. They still decide to throw in some audio clips without explanation, which you will hear next.
Growing up anti-Semitic, anti-West, anti-American, just because of those hate speeches coming out of those politicians' mouth.
انتقامی از آنها خواهیم گرفت که روزشان را تبدیل به شام سیاه خواهد کرد.
And that's how I got to.
No editing. I did not edit this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we all know that what that guy was saying is not kosher. I can see why you're all so podcast. This okay, here we go.
So good.
انتقامی از آنها خواهیم گرفت که روزشان را تبدیل به شام سیاه خواهد کرد.
And that's how I got to America, and I started playing basketball for University of Kentucky.
You played for the University of Kentucky?
Coach Cal.
Didn't have that on one of the pre-written questions. That wasn't in the bio.
I'm thinking that's right near the top. No? Okay.
No, they just had the guy speaking in a language that no one listening to the podcast understands.
You played for the University of Kentucky?
Coach Cal.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Calipari was known as a freedom fighter. And finally, we have time for one more. I want to hear the last one. All right. So this is unedited again.
Yeah.
I've been doing this show, I don't know, for maybe 6 months.
Wow.
And I'm not a professional at it. And we have
Oh, come on. But your staff is.
We've had over 80 million hits on it.
Beautiful.
I mean, you can't deny that there's 330 million people in the United States. 80 million of them have listened to the Lou Holtz podcast.
Of course.
He has. They're telling him 80 million people are listening to
One
this.
out of every 4 people living in this country.
And Nobel Peace Prize nominee.
Hey, Lou, guess what? What? 80 million people just heard your last podcast. All right.
We've had over 80 million hits on it.
Yeah. Well, why even advertise on the Super Bowl? How many people watch the Super Bowl? Look how many people watch the Super Bowl in all seriousness.
All right.
Or no. How many people watch the Chiefs-Bills game?
Are you talking about just in the United States or
Turkey, China, Russia, Iran, and many more.
How many people watch the Chiefs-Bills game in the United States? That's what I want to know.
But the reason that we do this show is because of people like you.
Oh, I appreciate
We're
that.
glad we
That
gave
means
you a
lot.
chance to share your story with people, and I hope it inspires them as much as it's inspired me. So
That
thank
means a
you
lot,
Oh,
for
bro.
being
Thank
here.
you.
The Chiefs-Bills game. Advertising a minute-long ad on the Super Bowl is like $8 million or something like that. Why even bother when you could be your product could be put in front of 80 million people on the Lou Holtz podcast?
I don't know if those numbers are real, Fred. Starting to think these podcast numbers are a bunch of bull.
That's just like that.
instead of 80 million.
That Joe. Look at people like Joe Rogan. I know they listen to Joe Rogan, and that's great. Joe Rogan is fine. I don't have any problem with Joe Rogan. It's a successful podcast. There's no doubt about it. But when they start throwing around 250 million people, all right, like stop the nonsense. That's nonsense.
Beautiful.
If 250 million people, you know what you could charge for an ad? You could charge $15 million for an ad. If 250 million people were listening to something, almost the entire United States. Are you crazy? I mean, whatever. God, businesses are dumb.
People are listening to this.
Turkey canceled his passport.
All right, now I'm getting upset. I got to stop. All right, look, let's go to the headlines.
And Nobel Peace Prize nominee.
big deal. That firing a weapon off in the air would cause some controversy. I can't stop watching that. About every 6 months, I revisit the Will Smith slap.
Oh,
and then the psychotic nature of which the awards just kept going. And then he had that weird conversation with like Denzel Washington. Then he gets up to accept his award, and everyone stands up and applauds for him. It's insane to watch. And then his whole speech is him crying and kind of referring to, without saying it, what he had just done and like how he did it to protect his family, just like the Williams sisters' dad protected them.
Yes.
And so he like was kind of explaining away and crying like a maniac about what happened. And the only two people in that audience that look like they're even human. If you ever wanted a debate for the lizard people, look at the reactions of the people. This lunatic slapped the host, and now he's sitting down. Now he's accepting an award and crying like a maniac. This is weird. They all look like they all have smiles on their faces, except for the Williams sisters. They look like, oh no, stop talking about us. And I'm not making it up because they keep flashing to them, and they're not smiling. It looks, because they look like they have common sense. Like, dude, what the hell? We gave you the license to use our story, and now first of all, that movie sucked, so that's weird anyway. He wasn't particularly good in it, and boy, was that weird. Look, Will Smith's got his own thing with his and then you start going down the rabbit hole, and you see Jada Pinkett Smith. She was on this show like a month after that, and she was like, what was weird to me is he referred to me as his wife, because like we don't refer to each other that way. Like she got back into like that he's a cock and that this and that, and like how they're not really. I mean, look, man, whatever's going through his head is going through his head. So slapping Chris Rock was really weird, but what's the real thing is watching. And then the producer was interviewed afterwards, and they're like, the LAPD came in and they asked Chris Rock, do you want us to arrest him? Like, Chris Rock's going to go, yeah, go arrest him. Go in the middle of the Oscars and arrest him because he slapped me. Well, of course he's going to say no. You kick him out. Well, Chris didn't want us to kick him out. Okay, kick him out because you don't want him in there. What is it? Chris Rock's decision. Wait, now it's all on Chris Rock what you do? The guy just gets assaulted, and now he's got to make up his mind? Like, what do you want us to do? I don't know. Your job. Like, not even the cops, but the producer. Get him out of here. Like, and then, well, Chris was telling me he didn't want to make it more of a bigger deal, than it already was. Okay. Well, go, Chris, that's great. We're really sorry. And now we're going to get him out of here. And then when they announced who won Best Actor, which we already know, they obviously already knew he won it.
Right.
Which is weird because you're not supposed to. Is that you would say, all right, hey, Will Smith won this award, but based on his assault that occurred tonight, the assault that he perpetrated tonight, he has been removed from these awards. Or you just go, or you don't give away the award that night. How about that? You just don't give it away on the account of he assaulted the host.
Did you?
And by the way, his face when Chris Rock tells the joke, which was improvised, is not even that great a joke, but it's not certainly mean. He's laughing because like he's a robot and doesn't know what to do, so he's laughing. And then they flash to Jada Pinkett Smith, and she's not laughing. And then he sees that, and whatever in his brain thinks this is how men act, he gets up and slaps him, and then kind of like Sanford and Son walks off like that. Or no, moving on up, Jefferson's. He walks like Mr. Jefferson off the stage, and then he sits down and starts yelling at Chris Rock in a way you've never heard Will Smith talk. A guy who got into MIT, Will Smith. A way of the man who did Parents Just Don't Understand start acting all of a sudden like he's Tupac. Now, Tupac hits Chris Rock. You go, you go, all right. You know, Tupac's a tough kid. Will Smith, no. So anyway, we were going to do something else, but I can't.
You can't get that image out of your head.
I love it so much. It just shows. And Jim Carrey, you should hear Jim Carrey talk about it. Jim Carrey went to this fashion awards thing one time, just so he could stand on the red carpet and goes, I wanted to come to the dumbest, most meaningless thing I could ever come to. And the woman's interviewing him. And she's like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, this is just so stupid. I came here just to tell you how dumb this is. It's actually quite phenomenal. Jim Carrey's become quite a free thinker. But he was on one of the morning shows after that.
They asked him about
it. And they was asking about it, and he goes, it just shows that Hollywood has no soul. It's just soulless automaton robots, just idiots. Yeah. They're just a bunch of idiots. Just sitting around like nothing happened. Ish. But the soy bomb guy gets on. The soy bomb guy gets on stage during the Grammys, and that has to happen. All right, look, Phil Perry's going to be in studio.
Well, maybe.
Oh, he's going to be on Zoom rather. Okay, because he won't sing.
But why?
I don't know. I asked him, and he can't explain it to me. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening.
night. He led the Green to a blowout win over Chicago at TD Garden, 122-100. Joe Mazzulla saw Porzingis make 8 threes on his way to a game-high 34 points.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been great on both ends of the floor. I think, obviously offensively, he handles a lot of different cross matches and he's gotten so much better at that, his screening versus different coverages. I think he's playing with a great level of physicality defensively. He's getting better at some of the different coverages that we have. It's been great. So it's great to see him kind of have a game like he did tonight and for us to have a well-balanced game as well.
Celtics will begin a 3-game road trip in New Orleans tomorrow night. As for the Bruins, they're at home tonight to play Winnipeg. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins have also brought Zdeno Chara back into the organization, hiring him in what's described as an advisory role. Patriots have hired Buffalo senior defensive assistant Scott Booker as their new safeties coach, replacing Brian Belichick. And U.S. figure skating announced this morning there were several members of that community that were on board an American Airlines flight from Wichita that collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter over Washington, D.C. in the Potomac River. Apparently 14 members of the team were on board the plane that was on its way to landing. Fire officials termed this operation this morning as a recovery now rather than a rescue. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Dr. Matthew Lopresti and Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, the hair doctor of Hardy, Charlie McAvoy, and Tuukka Rask. Call 1-800-GET-HAIR for your free consultation. I'm John Wallach at Boston Tilt for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
New England plays here.
Ball down the right side. There's a separation. Touchdown pass. Yes. Perfect dive from Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Hey, listen, if you've got to go, we understand, but make sure you bring the Sports Hub app with you so you can hear more of Toucher and Hardy.
That's what I want on my tombstone.
On the Sports Hub.
Hey, guys, this is Liam Cohen, just touched down in Jacksonville. Let's get this thing started off right here. 3, 2, 1.
That was Liam Cohen?
Yes, Liam Cohen.
The coach of the Jaguars trying to make up for his disastrous opening press conference where do we have the audio of the first time he said Duval?
Hardy's got it.
Oh, yeah. Because...
turn the music down then, please.
Because it...
and then once you play it, I'll tell you how I broke it down to Hardy when I was showing it to him.
It was completely natural, and the crowd loved it.
Duval. All right, so you hear that and it sounds dorky, but when I showed it to Hardy, I had it because I've really studied it because these are the kinds of things I love.
Right.
Complete failures at dorks trying to be cool. Because really, you have to limit yourself in life so many times when you are on a constant barrage not to embarrass yourself. He cocks his right eyebrow at the beginning of Duval. Then he turns his head to the side and then raises the other eyebrow. So both eyebrows are raised. It couldn't be worse. Duval. So he's tilting his chin. Let me break this down for you, John.
Okay, all right, thank you.
He cocks his right eyebrow, like Belushi-esque. Then he turns his chin to his right shoulder, then raises the other eyebrow and fall. So he's got this horrible, corny face. Oof. I mean, look, the guy's a dork.
Walk into the facility and you see new videos every day. He's blown away by everything. The office with even meeting these new players. Oh my God, I saw you. It'd be so cool to play with you instead of against you.
Listen.
Oh my God.
Let's just focus on the real issue, which was the Duval.
Okay.
Anything else is ancillary.
It's just the first step in a long journey.
Because Sirianni's opening press conference sucked, but he is a problem. Like, that roster's fantastic, and he got him to the Super Bowl. But Sirianni, the more I hear about him, he's probably just more of an obstacle than he is something that got them to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, like, you can say Sirianni failed his opening presser, but look at him now. But I would say, who replaced Jimmy Johnson there in Dallas?
Barry Switzer.
Yeah, Barry Switzer got a Super Bowl under his belt. You think Barry Switzer is a hell of a coach, or you think that team maybe just was ready?
Yeah. There's some truth in it.
Thank you, Jerry.
I mean, that the Eagles team, I'm not positive that I with the right coordinators couldn't just sit there and let that team win.
So that's why Eagles fans still want to fire him.
Yeah, I was wondering why, but now I know. All right, look, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Phil Perry covers the Patriots for NBC Sports Boston. Hello, Phil.
Good morning, fellas. I'm still wondering why he whispered it. Why did he whisper the Duval? I think that makes it worse.
Oh, it makes it 1,000 times worse. If you just went Duval and then no one said anything, and then you make like a joke like, oh, I thought that's what you're supposed to say around here.
There were a million other ways to play it. He played it exactly the wrong way.
And the way he played it is so specifically dorky. Like everything, his face is really a giveaway. He ain't
it's hard
pretending.
to watch. I know that makes you want to watch it more and more and more and more. But I saw it twice, and I said I can't. Look
I
at it
can't
anymore.
stop breaking it down in my head. The cock of the head, the eyebrow raise. Like when was the last time you in real life like wiggled your eyebrows? It's like look at me. Like when was the last time you went, hey, you know what I'm saying?
Duval.
I can't even do what he did with his eyebrows.
Jeez.
I can cock my head, though. Do you believe, Phil, in failing an opening press conference?
I do think it kind of is a little window into how ready you are for the moment. I do. Because there's so much pressure involved. There's so much that I think you need in terms of a backlog of experience of being able to stand in front of a room and really own it and have that kind of confidence. And a lot of these guys aren't going to be perfect if it's their first time, but you can kind of get a sense. Like, I would look at Aaron Glenn's press conference, Fred, and I don't know what you thought of that one.
I thought it was great.
He wasn't perfect in terms of the words coming out of his mouth and the order in which they came out of his mouth, but I thought he sort of exemplified what you're looking for in terms of somebody who looks like he's in charge and sounds like he's in charge. And if you're lacking that, I think that can't qualify as a fail, and I think it might mean bad things for you moving forward. You mentioned Sirianni. The one I always remember back to is Adam Gase.
Oh, boy, yeah. Oh, he was a maniac.
That was a nightmare scenario.
And I tried to excuse that away, and I could, and then it turned out to be. Let's break down. Let's just do it in this sense. I'll do Aaron Glenn, then I'll do Vrabel. Aaron Glenn was hired. Look, he was a coaching candidate, and he wanted the Jets job. That's why they hired him. He came out and said it. I want this. I want this. This particular job. This cursed franchise, this garbage franchise, this owner that is ridiculed, I want it. I played here, and I want it. That's what he was supposed to say. That's why he was hired. Can he coach? Your guess is as good as mine. Vrabel comes out. He's professional. He says,
I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to help the players. I'm going to lead them in this direction.
Yeah, he is down. He's buttoned up, and he knows what he's doing.
Exactly what Patriots fans wanted to hear.
Which is exactly what you wanted to hear. So, yeah, if some guy that no one's seen before, who's seen Liam Cohen speak before? Not many people. And then you get up there and do that, not good. I don't like that at all. But speaking of coaches, segue, Duval. What do you make of this coaching staff? We had Andrew Callahan, your competitor, in here the other day. And he was talking like this brain trust is the greatest thing going. Like he was really, really impressed with it.
His statement, Phil, was this is probably the best coaching staff this franchise has had in 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit the other night on TV, and I agree with him that on paper it looks really good. I mean, you've got a lot of experience there. You've got, an experienced offensive line person with head coaching experience in Doug Marrone, obviously Josh McDaniels, and I'm specifically just even focused on the offensive side because I think the defensive side has been relatively self-explanatory. It's a lot of Vrabel guys, which shouldn't surprise anyone, and his fingerprints should be all over that defense. Offensively, it's McDaniels, Doug Marrone, Thomas Brown. I know he's an interim head coach, but another guy who has head coaching experience. What I find interesting about him and what I'm sort of TBD on is how well these guys are going to play together. Is everybody going to be able to play nice? And that's not necessarily even a question about their personalities because everything we know of Doug Marrone is he's a pretty affable man. Josh McDaniels, I think, is going to be open and willing to work with new people and field new ideas and adapt on the fly. But, it looks like right now, Josh McDaniels and a lot of Mike Vrabel hires.
Yeah.
Right. Guys that either Vrabel has worked with, or in Doug Marone's case, somebody that one of Vrabel's very good friends, Bill O'Brien, is best friends with. Thomas Brown comes from that West Coast scheme that Vrabel really wanted in Tennessee. So that's sort of the two things that I'm wondering about are when you get some accomplished coaches all in the offensive room together, is there any butting of heads? And I want some disagreement. I think some disagreement is good. I think that can lead to good ideas. I think that can lead to good progress. But how well is everybody working in that regard? And how does everybody see the game? Do they see it the same way? Because again, you look at a lot of these guys' backgrounds, it's a lot of West Coast influence outside of Josh McDaniels. Doug Marone, when he was head coach in Jacksonville, I think had 3 different offensive coordinators. They were all West Coast guys. Thomas Brown, West Coast guy. The quarterback's coach, I don't think he's going to have like a massive say in terms of how the offense is structured, but he's got a pretty important job in Ashton Grant. He's coming from Cleveland, where Vrabel was, where there was a West Coast system. So, there's going to be some, I think there should be some growing pains in terms of how they work together. It doesn't mean it won't work. But I do think it's interesting to look at a group that comes from sort of disparate backgrounds, just to try to project out how they'll work together. That I'm not sure of.
We're going to have to figure out if the East Coast got any love for Death Row. All this West Coast stuff. I'll tell you this. I'm not one to pat myself on the back, but here we go.
No.
What was my suggestion if they kept Gerard Mayo for what he should do with his staff? Do you remember? Anyone
I do
recall?
not remember.
I don't remember.
I said, why don't you bring in a guy with head coaching experience to be one of your coordinators? And what have Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn done? They've hired coordinators that have been NFL head coaches. Why did Gerard Mayo not do that? Seriously, why did Gerard Mayo not do that?
I don't know. Probably because nobody would come work with him. How many interviews did they have for that offensive coordinator job?
We don't know it's going to work with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn doing that. But that's what they've done.
Wait, who was the guy, the former head coach of the Giants? He tried to bring him in, the former head coach who got fired.
Yeah, but he was way back in the...
Phil, who was that?
Ben McAdoo?
That's
Ben
it.
McAdoo.
There you
All right,
go.
can I... we don't know if it will work for Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn. But if they both did it, right? What if you were the owner of the team? What would you be more comfortable with? A guy who had never had. Vrabel has had head coaching experience, so Vrabel doesn't count. If you had a coach with no head coaching experience, and he came to you, and you were letting him do the hiring, and he came to you and he said, "I'm taking a guy that's got prior NFL head coaching experience to be one of my coordinators." Would you like it or not like it?
I would absolutely like it, and I think going back to Phil's point. This isn't what's happening in New England. You've got a guy who's been a head coach who is, in a room full of alphas. I have no doubt that Vrabel will be the alpha. But there's probably going to be some significant butting of heads because when you get guys who have done the job at a high level or the highest level before, I'm sure they, in all one way, Phil, think that they know what the right answer is. And it's going to be tough to move them off of that.
Yeah, I would just assume that they have strong opinions, and they all may be going into their jobs understanding, I know what the hierarchy is, I know who I report to, and I know I'm going to have to just kind of sit there and bite my lip if I'm being told to do something that I don't necessarily believe in, but I think that can be hard to do. It's a stressful gig. Listen, we've been around coaching staffs the last couple of years here, 2022, I would say specifically, where, there were differing opinions on a regular basis, and you did not have the personalities necessary for guys to be able to kind of swallow their pride enough at times and just bite their lip and move forward and take the orders as they were being given to them. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but when you have people who have a significant level of experience, it's very different from what we've been used to here for a long time, which was Bill and a bunch of assistants that he either raised within the system, like Josh McDaniels and Matt Patricia, or guys that were still, that had basically come from out of nowhere to the Patriots program and owed their careers to Bill Belichick. And so it was, yes, sir, no, sir. You tell me to jump, I ask how high. And I just don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. Again, that could be a good thing. that could be a good thing. I want pushback. I want disagreement on a coaching staff, as long as you've got the right kind of people to bring forward the intelligent kinds of ideas that you're looking for to get your team where it needs to be. I'm curious as to how it's going to work, because I don't think anybody can say exactly how it's going to work at this point.
Phil, I'm sorry if this is a dumb question, but I don't know the answer to this. What's a learning curve for Drake May as a second-year player entering his second offense as many years, considering all the stuff we just talked about?
Yeah, I think, again, this is part of what's fascinating, because there's two different ways of looking at it. And I spoke to James White yesterday for our Next Pats podcast, and he was talking about how, he actually retired in August of 2022. So they were he was there through the spring and through a good chunk of the summer as they were trying to implement that Matt Patricia offense, which was supposed to be, sort of West Coast influenced. And for James White, who's a really smart football player and had been in the league for a long time, it was a really difficult thing for him, is the way he described it, to pick up the language. There were words in the new offense that carried over from the old offense, but they meant something completely different. And so if the language changes for Drake May, I would expect for there to be bumps in the road for him. I would expect for there to be some growing pains, and I would expect the learning curve, especially early, to be relatively steep. Now, he's only got 1 year in an offensive system, whereas James White had like 7 in a certain system and then was trying to change. So maybe that'll help Drake May, is that, it won't be all that hard to pry him out of what he's used to when it comes to the language thing. I do think what could help him, talking about all these assistants that have West Coast background, if they want sort of if they want to kind of meet Drake May halfway, and if they want to give him some of the West Coast concepts that he's familiar with from last year, while meshing everything else with the Josh McDaniels offense and what he typically likes to do, it could help to have all these West Coast guys there as translators of sorts, whether it's for May himself or whether it's for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels may want to sit down and look at these guys and say, hey, can you help me West Coastify my offense? And this is what I usually call this concept, but what have you guys called it in the past with Sean McVay or Doug Marrone when you were with all these West Coast guys? What would you like to call this, and what might Drake May be most comfortable calling this based on his experience? So again, there's going to be a feeling out process there, and I do think there will be some bumps in the road, because anytime you get a new offensive coordinator, it can be difficult, at least initially, especially for a young quarterback.
All right. Jeff has something about Liam Cohen. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So personal Liam Cohen story. He was the starting quarterback for UMass about 13, 14 years ago in the late 2000s. And I covered the team as a student at UMass. And they got off to a good start his senior year, and then they lost like 2-3 games in a row. And a lot of it was due to him throwing a bunch of interceptions. And I wrote an article about that, being a little critical of him, really high analysis on my part. He refused to talk to me the rest of the year after that. Would not grant me an interview, would not answer any questions that I had, simply because I wrote one negative article about him saying he threw too many interceptions.
Well,
so just a little insight of who he is.
Well, so you're saying he's got experience with the media in that, but I guarantee you that the paper you were writing for is more critical than whatever's going to happen in Jacksonville. I can assure you that.
Probably. I think maybe Jacksonville's a good landing spot for him in that sense. But
no. He's very thin-skinned, is what you're saying. Is that yeah,
exactly.
I get it, and that's good. That's good intel. I mean, if the kid's bitching about people critiquing him, he's not going to handle being a NFL head coach very well. He just doesn't have to worry about it coming from Jacksonville. It's going to be coming from other sources. But
yeah, we had our own 98.5 The Sports Hub connection to it. Mark the Beetle Bertram was actually calling some of those games.
Owen's going to look to pass, turns around, goes to his left. Touchdown, Ian Jorgensen. UMass takes the lead.
That's really good.
Yeah, Bertram was really good.
He was really good.
Duval.
Yep. Even when you try and do it mockingly, you don't get quite to the level that he got to.
I can't do it. Like it's too much for me. I make plenty of mistakes, but I just can't make that one. It's too much for me. I can't even do what he did with his eyebrows. Duval.
You're just jealous.
A little bit.
Yeah.
All right, look, Phil Perry will keep with us. I have a list of NFL free agents that I want to ask you about.
Yeah, that's good.
I want to break that down with you. Would you do that with us, Phil? Would you be so kind since you
Would
didn't
love
bother
to do
coming
that
in?
with you guys. Would
All
love
right.
to do that.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll be back with our friend Phil Perry.
Toucher and Hardy. Weekday morning.
Here goes Hardy.
Toucher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Brought to you by I don't even have to say it here, but I will. Brought to you by FanDuel, huh? Mark emails in. Phil Perry's pants last night were super tight.
Ooh, hey now.
Hey, Fred De Niro. Oh, I like that. Was that Phil with the super tight pants on TV yesterday? Wild. I would argue they were tighter than the tight pants skit from Fallon, which sounds like a lot of fun. And that is from, he calls himself Chopper. But, Phil, were your pants super tight last night?
They were a little tight last night. I actually commented on that with some of my coworkers. I said, I just got these from the dry cleaner, and either my thighs have gotten significantly larger since the last time I wore these, or something happened at the dry cleaner.
Oh,
and
the quads are getting
bumped.
You're like Quadzilla. Yeah, you're like quadding out now.
Too many front squats? Is that what you're saying? Lay off the front squats?
Listen, I love that you're going legs and you're not going glamour muscles. But yeah, I mean, we got to work on the back half, your bottom core. You know what I'm saying?
The bottom core. Okay. Yeah. So maybe more
ass, hamstrings. I'm saying you just do normal squats, but you go for PRs at this point, right? This point of the year.
Yep.
The weather. This is PR weather.
This is right. This is bulking season. You know that, Fred.
There's no doubt this is bulking season.
Mass.
Yeah, I'm on a bulk. How many meals a day you eating?
I'm still at 3, believe it or not. Should I bump that up?
Dude,
rookie.
Have you ever been on YouTube? You got to eat. You got to wake up in the middle of the night, get your teen in. Come on.
Every 2-3 hours, Phil.
Ground turkey and almonds. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
I do those overnight oats that you love so much, Fred.
Yeah.
You are a big proponent of those, as am I, and I feel like I'm full for basically the rest of the day after those. So even doing 3 meals sometimes
It's
feels
not
like
about
a struggle.
fullness. It's about putting a slab of prime rib on top of those overnight oats. You need yes, that's what you got to be doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, you got to watch these Cutler videos, man.
I'm curious.
He's all natural.
I am wondering how the viewer, and we appreciate his viewership. We appreciate everyone in our audience that's watching us on TV. I believe Tom Carton and I were at the desk for all 30 minutes of early edition last night, so I'm not even sure how he was able to tell that, but maybe you could see it through the desk.
Yeah, don't worry. He saw it. Whatever it was, he saw it.
Well, he was right. He was right. He was all over it. They were tight.
Yeah, all right. Very good. Well, I'll have to go back and look. I tape them all. All right, here's the deal. I'm going to name you the top free agents according to ESPN, and you tell me if the Patriots will be interested. The first one is obvious. It's T. Higgins. T. Higgins, do you think that he's worth a lot of, like high number one receiver money?
For the Patriots, I think he is. Based on what they have to play with in terms of their resources and based on what their needs are, and based, quite frankly, on the strength of the draft class, which looks like it's one of the few over the course of the last several years that's not very good at the receiver position, I would be willing to spend a lot of money on T. Higgins. Now, do you have to make him the highest paid receiver in the history of the game? That would be tough to swallow. But, there are projections out there. There's different sites that sort of try to estimate what these guys will end up getting. And, it sounds like he's going to be somewhere in the 4-year, $30 million a year range, which is going to put him near the top of the list, probably right behind, Tyreek Hill and CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson, like somewhere in that range. And he's not that kind of player. Like, I think there are people out there that wonder if he's even a true number one. He's a high-end 2 for sure. Can he be a 1? He's played a handful of games without Jamar Chase in Cincinnati, and his numbers are really good. He averages just over 100 yards a game without Jamar Chase, so maybe that would be indicative of the fact that he is a legit number 1. But if I'm the Patriots, I am willing to do that because it's just money. You don't have to trade a pick for the guy, and it probably saves you some resources in the draft in terms of your first few picks, where if you want to spend those on offensive linemen, now you can do that if you've been able to pay T. Higgins in free agency.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you give T. Higgins that huge contract, you better draft a receiver somewhere because you can't sign another one. All right, here's the deal. I have a philosophical question. ESPN has this guy, Ronnie Staley. He's an offensive tackle from the Ravens, but he's 31. If you're the Patriots, do you pay a 31-year-old tackle?
Again, I think I would. Now, I'm very interested to see, if he gets out of Baltimore. He's been there his entire career in good tackles, which he is. He's a good tackle. Had a bad injury in 2021, but really looked like as good as he's ever looked this past season in 2024. I'm just really curious to see if he can get out of Baltimore, because tackles don't usually leave.
It's more philosophical. You would, even at this beginning of at the beginning of the rebuild, you would invest in a tackle that's on. This is his last contract, like his last real contract. You would do
Fred,
that.
I'm doing whatever I can to prevent what happened to them last year, which was you found yourselves without NFL caliber tackles very early on in that season. And you at least know, even though he's not going to last for a long time, you at least know he's going to give you representative tackle play, barring injury. But that's the case with anyone, barring injury in 2025 and maybe 2026. Like, I'm looking at some projections right now from Pro Football Focus, and they've got his projected contract as just a 2-year deal. Like, I would completely be willing to do that.
Fair enough. But now we get into this, though. So if the need is to protect May at any cost, so you don't want to go hog wild in free agency right away like you did. We know the history of the NFL of that is if you go crazy in free agency, you get that 1-year bump, and then generally it hurts you. But would you invest but also if you draft an offensive lineman, even if you draft them high, there is a learning curve now in the NFL for offensive linemen. They're not going to be great right away. So would you, on the other hand, go crazy on the offensive line in free agency and then draft and develop the wide receiver position where you can have more immediate success
and a success further down in the draft?
Yes, and I would look at it that way, in that because offensive line is the more dire need, and because of the impact that the line has on the rest of the offense. I mean, they need an offensive line to protect May, but they need to protect May by being able to just run the football. They couldn't run the ball last year, and then you don't have your play action available to you, and it bogs everything down. And so, if you can buy immediate help in free agency, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Ronnie Stanley.
There's plenty of offensive linemen.
There's a few. Cam Robinson, they mentioned, who's in Minnesota, who I think they traded for last year. So they may be keen on keeping him.
Trey Smith is a guard. We'll see what happens to him in Kansas City. But there's offensive line. It's more at this point not the particular player other than T. Higgins. Because the thing is, if you sign T. Higgins, then that changes your strategy. Then you have to go offensive line probably with that first pick of yours. And then, and then we'll see how that guy develops. Then you're putting that guy right into a starting spot, and we'll see how that develops. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting.
I do think you need a receiver, though. And if you're not comfortable in, the quote-unquote Packer way has not been about drafting receivers highly. So if you're not comfortable doing that, especially in a relatively weak receiver draft, then maybe you do set aside some money, whether it's the T. Higgins money that you would need, or it's enough money to sign, say, Amari Cooper or Chris Godwin, which would be a little bit less than what Higgins is looking for. Set that money aside so you at least feel like you've got one more body in that receiver room. You have a real professional in that receiver room who can help just elevate the overall play there and sort of knock everybody down a peg in terms of the depth chart at that position. And then, you can go crazy in terms of spending the money. I would go hog wild, though, Fred. I mean, I know you sort of talked about going hog wild in free agency. It doesn't typically work. I get that. It doesn't. You're right. I would for this team, because I just think their talent level is so poor. And I think you have to try to make good on this rookie contract for Drake May.
But when you do that,
only a couple more years before he's going to be looking for an extension that's going to pay him maybe $60 million a year.
But if you don't show patience, you're getting guys that are free agents for a reason. Like you said, good left tackles don't normally become free agents. Good players in their prime generally are retained by their current teams. So you're getting guys that are free agents for a reason. Now, there's always a caveat, right? T. Higgins had Jamar Chase. They can't afford both of them. They can't afford Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. They just can't.
It's Cincinnati. So.
But also, it's the amount of money they've got wrapped up in all this is insane. So, they're letting him go. He's the guy they decided to let go. So, for every Matthew Judon that you get in kind of wasted, you get the Aguilars of the world. And, I just would be – and by the way, Green Bay doesn't draft receivers high. You know what they could have used this year? As an elite receiver.
Mm-hmm.
True. Yeah, so
I just would rather buy – Fred, I would rather buy imperfect players in free agency to up the overall talent level for what might be the least talented roster in the NFL, and then buy myself as an organization more time to hit on more picks so that when those players are ready, then you don't have to do what I think they should do this offseason or what they felt like they had to do in 2021 to make themselves a little bit better. And I just think when you have this quarterback on a rookie contract, you do have to try to maximize that. Like, this is the time to spend. Like, you're going to wait 2 or 3 years, to spend money when, now you're paying Drake May. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
But I would
either.
spend in certain spots. If you want to go nuts for the receiver and the left tackle, you do that. But don't go crazy just buying up offensive linemen.
No, well,
you don't fill out your defense with 4 free agent players.
Exactly, because part of the whole process, Phil, I think is what you're saying is during this time, you're trying to find out how good Drake May really is. And it's difficult to determine how good he is without protection up front and without guys to throw to.
That's a big part of the puzzle here too. Like there have been examples too in the league. You talk about offensive linemen. Like, you might have to, I'm with you guys, like, spend if you need to spend for a guy that you think is maybe a number 1 receiver, spend if you need to spend for a guy that you think is a true starting left tackle. But then you can find guys that are either, fringe level starters or guys that have been backups behind players that are really good players at other teams in the league that are just looking for an opportunity to start. Like, we've seen teams buy almost entire offensive lines in one off season. The Cardinals just did it a couple years ago.
Well, the Jets just did it.
Kansas City did it.
See how that worked out,
right? Yeah.
Well, it didn't, and it's not always going to work out. But I would rather gamble in that way and spend some money than look at the alternative. Like,
you're not gambling.
They have nothing on the roster. Like, you can't go through another.
But
season
you're not talking about.
We're going to wait. We're going to draft and develop. These guys will be just fine for another year.
You're not talking about going crazy there, though. You're talking about taking guys that were career backups and then making them starters, which is fine.
What I'm talking about. If you add it all up and you pay for a left tackle and you pay for somebody like T. Higgins and then you sign 3 veteran free agents on the offensive line and maybe another piece or two, on the defensive side, just because you need to help fill out the roster in free agency. Like, you're talking about $150 million maybe guaranteed in free agent money. Like, that to me is kind of going crazy. And that's not what you want to do every year. But I think they might have to do it this year just because they're so lacking at some of these critical spots.
My advice is to the Patriots, as they do listen, is that you don't want the Sports Hub dinging and spazzing out about every name that comes through on free agencies to your team. Because as those names started piling up, I thought to myself, oh boy, this is the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've been through this dance before. But if you're talking about you want to protect May, and I understand the window where you're on a rookie contract is traditionally like when you can spend at the other positions, because after that your quarterback's taking up such a high percentage of your cap. But also there is the realistic notion that there's no way you're a Super Bowl team next year, regardless of what you do in free agency.
No.
So maybe
you're just looking to be competitive.
Yeah, you want to be competitive. So, so do what you have to do to be competitive. But, this is not the core that's taking you to the Super Bowl is the bottom line. All right.
Correct.
Phil Perry, NBC Sports Boston, thank you so much for the time, and keep wearing those tight pants. They got everyone going crazy.
Thank you. Will do. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
All right. When we come back, we have the award-winning Stack segment. Here is Jonathan Wallach with your headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
Kristaps Porzingis made 8 3-point shots. He scored 34 points in all, and the Celtics beat Chicago at TD Garden 122-100. They'll have tonight off. They visit New Orleans tomorrow night. The Bruins had last night off. They're back at work this evening at home against the best team in the West, the Winnipeg Jets at TD Garden. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the pregame at 6:30 and the face-off at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Zdeno Chara has also reportedly been hired by the team in an advisory role. In Patriots news yesterday, they hired Buffalo senior defensive assistant Scott Booker. He will be their safeties coach And U.S. Figure Skating has announced there were several members of that community that were on board an American Airlines flight from Wichita that collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter over Washington, D.C. in the Potomac River just before 9 p.m. last night. Apparently 14 members of that team were on board the plane that was on its way to landing. Fire officials term this operation now as a recovery rather than a rescue. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by ABC Hockey Saturday. 2 original 6 foes face off. Watch Vincent Trocheck and the New York Rangers take on Brad Marchand and the Boston Bruins. Catch all the action at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on ABC and ESPN Plus on Saturday. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 10 o'clock.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Hey, Bruins fans, it's game day.
stack monster. Ready?
It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, everybody. We are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. What's going on, Hardy?
As of last night, and Utah,
Wasatch.
Thank you.
Wasatch.
Well, I go for the impronounceable name.
Is that a tribal name in the Wasatch?
It's the mountains. The Wasatch Front is what it's. There you go, John. Sorry about that.
Yes.
The Wasatch Front. That's the
Vinny Stigma's band.
That, I'm reading now. Border the north and east of Salt Lake City. How stupid of me.
That's right.
Mammoth is already associated with Eddie Van Halen's son.
That's right.
Of course.
So that's
Mammoth
copyrighted.
WVH, which they're going to run into the same problem that the front-running name had, which was Yeti. Everybody liked the name Yeti, but the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office rejected it. Because
out of hand.
They said the suggestion it was rejected due to likelihood of confusion. We engaged with the Yeti Cooler Company, said the guy from Smith Entertainment Group. They have a unique and strong trademark on Yeti and Yetis on clothing and other licensed gear. We were not able to come to a coexistence agreement. So why would Yeti Coolers and the Yeti gear have a problem with the team calling themselves the Yetis? It makes it sound like Yeti Coolers owns the hockey team. I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah, I would think that the association would be very good.
Yeah, why wouldn't you do that? So the voting is going to be done by fans who go to the next 4 home games, and they'll have stations set up around the Delta Center to select the name and logo.
I would say the Joseph Smiths.
Have you ever... The Utah Plural Wives. The Utah Fundamentalists.
The harem? The Utah harem?
That's not encouraged anymore.
Well, in some, read Under the Banner of Heaven, Fred.
I read Under the Banner of Heaven.
Yeah, it's very strongly practiced in some fundamentalist sects.
I see.
But you kind of have to go to Arizona for that, so maybe that's why they don't want to do it in Utah. Have you ever suggested a name for a team?
I just remember when they were naming the arena in Auburn Hills, Michigan, and my dad was taking me to like 15 games a year. And, of course, the team I liked the least in town. But when we were there, they would have this. They were having this big contest to name the arena, and I went, "Oh my God, this is so wonderful!" And so we put in things like the Dave Corzine, situation or like fun things that we thought were funny. And then I was there. There was a big red carpet, and the owner of the team came out. And he said, after we've gone through tens of thousands of entries, we have decided on the new name of the Pistons Arena, the Palace of Auburn Hills. And I went, wow, that's dumb. It took tens of thousands of minds to call a building a palace. Wow.
Yeah.
The mansion. Why don't you just call it the arena? It's stupid, the palace.
At least you had that option of naming a new building. What options did we have here? It was the Boston Garden. It was, Fenway Park. And then I guess you had a chance to rename the Patriots Stadium after they lost that Schaefer beer sponsorship, but the owner named it after himself.
Well, the fans got a chance to pick the new Patriots logo. I know that because my dad and my uncle were at that game.
That's true.
And they said that even though the most people cheered to keep the logo the same. They still went with the Flying Elvis.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that the White Stadium project goes through, and maybe they'll have a naming contest for that.
Yeah, just $100 million of your taxpayer money.
John shared with me something online. It is according to Sports Illustrated, the most memorable NFL games of all time.
Yes, apparently a blue ribbon panel. Rich Eisen was part of this. Chris Berman was part of this. They all chose.
Okay, well, I know the answer. What the answer would be, the most memorable just by what happened on the field?
Yes.
The Immaculate Reception game would be number one.
Second. Second.
Now, I will give you a hint. It's pre-Super Bowl era.
Oh, the Ice Bowl?
Yep, that's it.
There you go.
Good job.
My dad was at the Immaculate
1967.
Reception game.
Ooh.
Hey.
And he said they had crap seats, and it happened on the other side of the field. So, like, this cheer came up and then started going, and like almost like the wave. And then by the time it got to him, Franco Harris was like around where his seat was.
Nice. In at number 3, also the Super Bowl era, but still pre-1970, and mostly due to
Super Bowl III.
There you go. Very good.
That's a real boring game to watch. I've watched Super Bowl
it was
III.
the third most memorable.
It's a pretty boring. What was the score of that? Like 16-7,
right?
16-7,
Wasn't
I think.
it?
I think.
16-7?
Well,
it's
you
super
were watching
boring.
it, John. You and your college buddies.
They had a few nickels on that thing.
And before anybody asks, the Falcons Patriots Super Bowl 51 was the 5th most memorable NFL game of all time.
Snowball is also top 10. The Giants upset over the Patriots to ruin the perfect season is top 10. But yeah, I think Patriots are numbers 5, 6, and 7 on that list.
Well, they've won 6 of them, you know. The comeback against the Falcons
is 5th.
But that's not like lore.
And these aren't just Super Bowls. These are the most memorable games.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Where's Peter King? Get Peter King. Whatever it takes. Offer him a microbrew.
Sure.
Let's check in with Liam Cohen.
Oh, it's got to be local. Local microbrew. He loves to go to a new city and experience the microbrews.
The difference in taste is phenomenal. And by the way, if you got into the local beers like the microbrews, chances are that business ain't going well.
By the way, 3 different emails from 3 different people saying that this Duval sounds like Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, yeah.
Kill cat.
Duval.
Hey. Kowloon.
Duval.
Yeah. All right, that'll do it for us. Sagas.
Duval.
Wrestling. Bobby the Brain. He-Man.
Duval.
The Hulkster.